nation, destroys our generation. I don't mind. I don't mind. I don't mind. I don't mind. Looking for inspiration in my life. Looking for inspiration all the time. Looking for, looking for, looking for, looking for. Hey!
Good evening, everybody. Spline Design Studios Saturday, getting kicked off here. So trying to load some things, but getting a little bit of late start as well. Try to get these things started on time. I know I say that, it seems to be a skipping record, I guess, on the most part. But welcome everybody. Gonna be a pretty light edition episode, I guess, for this evening. Going to be still working on the North Worksville Speedway for the NR 2003 simulation. Just going to be a lot of small things. Nothing really huge. Just going to be adding some light things around the track, just to kind of fill it in as far as the infield and things like that. I got a couple things, other things too, I guess, lined up, I guess, to just kind of add some more immersion factor, I guess, to the track. So, yeah, we're going to probably get right into that. Still trying to get some things loaded up here to make sure. Alright, so. Just bear with me a minute, folks. I'm just getting some things loaded here. Apologize for the wait. Some things just not wanting to cooperate at the moment. Hope everybody's doing well, though. Started to snow here again. As far as my neck of the woods, it's well, of course it is still winter, but okay. Let's go ahead and bring this over. I think this is good. Yeah, so that's loaded. Cool. Just trying to get the little display thing, I guess, as far as the mouse and all that good stuff. Looks like it's good to go now. Yeah, so like I said, it's going to be some really light stuff being done to the track, I guess, at this point. Not much has been added or done to the track since last episode. So, yeah, probably just gonna focus on some really light stuff. Filling in more in the infield. What I will need to probably search for, and like I said, I've got some ideas for it, but as far as being able to add more people and stuff.
J Rockin' 230 CK Smarta 6 Hype J Rockin' 230 CK.
I like the text on the end of that. That's freaking crazy. Has it been another month already there, James? That's crazy. And I was just going through over my stats, to be honest, I guess with that coming across now. The fact that the information that's on the bottom strip of the stream there, it's not correct. I've done everything that I can think of, I guess, to try and show the correct information there. But the fact that it shows 3 subs to channel and all that, none of that's correct. So I don't know what's going on with that. So thank you, James, I guess, for the VIP. But here's something else I wanted to mention too, and this goes for anybody else that does necessarily sub to the channel, and all those are very much appreciated. But what I'm coming to find, as far as, because I've posed this question before, James, when you've done that subscription, when it just tells you to share or whatever like that, I am coming to find that the way Twitch works, if it has to do with mobile as opposed to just watching it on a web browser like on your PC, if you're watching it on mobile as opposed to that, they're not synchronized. So it makes a little bit more sense to me as far as like when share this sub or whatever, share this with the chat, whatever comes across, if you're watching on mobile, that's just a residual, I guess, from the last time that you subbed. So that's something that Twitch needs to fix. It is no consequence or issue, I guess, with the actual people that are subscribing to the channel. I'm just putting out the information as far as how that necessarily works if it's not known. So there is a difference between if you're watching the stream on mobile as opposed to on a PC browser, be it Chrome or what have you. So that's something I needed to figure out for myself, because trying to understand these stats that Twitch doesn't necessarily give us affiliates, to understand what's going on, I guess, with what you should expect, I guess, to be coming in as potential revenue. So yeah, that was something I definitely had to get clarification on, I guess, as far as how that works. So I don't even know, and I'm sure it may necessarily fall the same way for you, James, but I mean, like, for anybody that's coming in and doesn't know, I'm just going to go ahead and accept them, I guess, as they are, because all the support that I get for the channel, for the streams, are very much appreciated. It's just that understanding of how that's things they've. Twitch has been very busy, I guess, at this point too, because I've been trying to get some clarification for them. They're in that, tax season now, and to try to get them to answer a lot of questions, it's very frustrating at this point. And it's understanding on their side, putting yourself in Twitch's shoes as far as like what they're having to deal with. It's just anyway, that's all behind the scenes stuff, but I just wanted to clarify, I guess, as far as some of the things that we do necessarily have to deal with, I guess, as far as beyond just the streaming itself. So yeah, what I need to figure out, getting back on track here, I guess, no pun intended, I guess, with what we got going on here tonight, is needing to find a smaller group of people, 3D people, I guess, to put in our stands here that we've applied there since last stream, and in the infield and such. So I didn't really go searching around, I guess, for any, but I know of some places that we can check, and they do reside in already existing tracks. So following that same protocol, I guess, is if you find something that's kind of general and otherwise like a shared item, if you will, to apply to a track, how to extract that, I guess, from the track to which you find those, like people, different groupings of people, 3D people and such. Yeah, So I don't know. The other thing I had thought about is to possibly just make our own 3D people. So there's the two different directions you can necessarily go with this. So if there's one that appeases, I guess, to apply to the track, that you find appealing anyway, you can use that. But how to put that, to extract that and get it in there, that's which people group is that, James? I don't know which one you meant. I ended up making that one as a 6-foot tall plane. Geometry being. Which one are you speaking of there, James? I'm not sure, because we got the ones in the stands, and I think the only other 3D people that we got in here is the one out here. I think this is the only one. And I guess I didn't really consider, I guess that was something you had custom made, which is probably something I'm considering. I could probably do that. So. Steve Racing coming into the stream there too. Spamming emails. Welcome, Steve. Welcome to the stream. How are we doing this evening? Hope the audios are coming across okay. I'm checking them here. They're fine. They seem to be kosher on my end, but if they're not, please definitely let me know. Yeah, outside of 3 and 4. Okay, yeah. I didn't even really consider, and that's probably just an ignorance on my part, that this was a custom-made deal. And that is necessarily something I could probably get into, as far as to create some smaller groupings of that using that same particular texture that's applied to this model all the way outside of 3 and 4. In fact, let's go into our object. Yeah, let's go into object placement view. Okay, audios are just fine. Awesome. Okay, so that object in particular, I gotta refresh my memory here. That's outside of 3 and 4, so that should be. I could probably just go through my list here. In fact, I'll just do it that way. Let's go through the properties. Usually I'll stress that if it's something you can't find the bounding box for, this is a lot of times your best bet is just to go through your properties when you're in that trackside object view. So right now we got the outer ground, people 3-4. That seems pretty obvious, huh? So there's that object. So what we can do is we can necessarily take a look at that one. So people 3-4. I know this is something that James put together, obviously, as he mentioned, and to make some more custom groupings of people, just some random deal here, we could probably use that same texture applied to it, which I've shown this before as well. You can go into Notepad and you can check out which texture file is applied to it. In this case, it's just people_pit MIP file, and so we can open that up. Let's go ahead and do that. Let's do that. Not bad. Alright, so I gotta navigate there. I did clean my desktop up quite a bit. Tried to wrap up a lot of project that I had going on besides we got going here on Spline Design Studios Saturday, and yeah. Do gotta quit. There's still a lot of clutter on it though, but it's not nearly as bad as it was. That's for sure. So, alright, so we're in this folder. And we're looking for people_pit, which is right here. So I'm going to open this texture up. So this is the texture we can necessarily go by to make some other custom 3D people groupings, I guess, for the infield and such. So I'm going to go ahead and this has got a transparency, and so I want to make a TGA out of this because I want to maintain that alpha channel. So I'm going to go ahead and make a TGA. And save this as, and we'll go ahead and put this right on our desktop. Save this right to the desktop. Because this, we'll be using this same texture to make these potential custom people groupings, I guess, for infield and such. So we won't need to recreate a new texture. We'll just be able to use this same one. But we need that raw texture file, I guess, to be able to apply it to the new objects that we create for that. And as James mentioned, too, you created those planes, I guess, is 6 feet tall, and you wanted them scripted. Just to clarify, James, 6 foot tall plane, and that it needs to be scripted. So yeah, James, if you want to clarify on that, I could probably apply that as well to that. Let's see. I will at least be able to create the script for it, I suppose. As far as being able to apply it to the model, as far as run it through 3D, through the Make 3DO, I should say. You probably got the Raw 3ds, I should say, as well. So it'd probably be easier to do that. I could probably get the script at least designed as far as what it needs in it. So I could probably go through that. Alright, so this is made. I'll go ahead and close this. Close that out, and then that should be on our desktop, which is right here. Cool. So we'll keep that right there for the time being. Now, whether or not how big we want to make some of these custom 3DOs, I guess, for people, we're kind of, you know, we can make those however. What I was considering, I guess, for these stands here is to put like photographers and camera people, things like that, as opposed to just normal spectators. So there is a texture for that, and I'm trying to remember right off the top of my head. I've got some things in my arsenal here, and I can probably kind of navigate to that to see what I have. But there is a, let's see, new stuff or needed things. I don't think I have it in here. Let me see. I might have them in my general stuff. Let's just see here. We got lots of things. I got some team flags. This is done by somebody else in the Inner 2003 community. These are actually pretty nice. They are animated. I haven't not tried those yet though, unfortunately. Yeah, these TV people, this is what I was thinking of here. So this model is already made. So this is something I can necessarily use for putting into those stands. At least one of them, some anyway. I did all one-sided as well, then adjusted it. Mapped it all, then made the reverse. Okay, so they're 6 feet tall. So yeah, that does have a. Just trying to verify, I guess, what you did here, James. So on these, let me see here. Just go over there and check it out. So on these here, they're double-sided. Yeah, so that's all good to go. But as far as scripting it, for me to apply the script, you probably got the raw file, I guess, for that. So it'd probably be easier for you to run that through Make 3DO with it scripted that way. Otherwise, I would have to run this through 3D SimEd and get the 3DS that way. Which, as we've usually tried to convey, that it's not the best approach to do that, because this is a rather small object, understandable, but we try to stay away from running an object through 3D SimEd and create a 3DS and then go from there. That's not the best way. You want to create it raw, I guess, out of like your 3ds Max and what have you. So yeah, it can be done, but yeah, definitely a lot of extra cleanup, and I don't want to do that. So I could go ahead and run, give the rundown as far as the scripting for it, and yeah, because this one's just named. What did we say? 3-4 people or whatever it was. Yeah, people 3-4. So yeah, as far as the name of the 3DO and stuff like that, I could run through the scripting as far as how that would need to be. Because I would assume you only want those to show up during race, during the race session. You can clarify on that too, and that can be done. However you want these to show up. If you want them to show up you know, whichever session. So, right. So, okay, I'm trying to think now. One of the things I can do first is I can take these TV people, as I was showing here. I've already got this made up, and this is kind of like a general object, general model. Just a flat plane, nothing spectacular about it. But I can put these in there, I guess, to put on those stands. At least put one on each for now. Kind of go from there. So yeah, I'll copy this. Copy this into our track edit folder. And we'll apply those in. And yeah, let's go ahead and do that first. And then once I do that, I can get into doing the scripting for that people 3-4. Yeah, assuming that you've probably got the pass file for that. James probably named the same. I don't want to make that assumption, but because you can have your pass file when you script it, I guess, name, you know, a different name, I guess, than what your outputted 3DO is. So, okay. Just to kind of clarify to the people that you can't have your pass file name differently than your outputted 3DO. Okay. Alright, so let's go ahead and apply these TV people. So we're in our trackside object placement view. And we want to put this TV people. We'll put one on this stand. This was previously created from another stream. Kind of clean this up a little bit too. I don't know if I've shown that. These two stands have been cleaned up a little bit. We did have to make an adjustment to the one outside here. We did have to make some adjustments out here. That was done off stream. So it's been made to not only the texture itself cleaned up to remove the bleeding of the magenta as far as the pink, but it's also been made taller. Nice juicy picture that I got from James based on that too. I can kind of show that just to kind of give you some some justification for that. Let's see, I got this one. Let's open this one up. So this picture right here kind of tells the tale. It's more right up against the white fence, which we couldn't really tell from the previous pictures that we had. So the positioning of it has been adjusted a little bit as well as the size of it. So that is what you see here. It doesn't have the banner on in the picture, but we can see that from the other pictures that it did have a banner on the front of it. So that's obviously been cleaned up, I guess, since last stream. So that's well, we're gonna put some TV people up on top of here. You can see that we got the back side of that banner actually shows there. So there's transparency in all these rails. So it's a very simple object, as you've seen, I guess, in the previous stream, but it makes a statement as far as like having a nice clean texture applied to it to remove, I guess, any of that artifacting, if you, for lack of a better way to put it, of the magenta background, you know, as far as what we're used for our alpha channel. So it turned out pretty clean. Kind of happy with that. So yeah, let's go back over to here. We'll put our TV people on this one, and then we'll put one over on that stand as well. So I'll put one of those down. So while we're in here, we'll go right click and add. You should see TV people in our list here, or TV people right there. And you can see the bounding box for it right there. Probably won't show right away, which is no problem. Gonna have to raise it up on the Z axis a little bit. Let's go to fix. And let's try 7. Is that too high? No, so they don't show right away. That's fine. We can get this roughly put into position, save the PTF, and then reopen it, and it'll show just fine. Alright, let's get her close. Let's try 9. Alright, just get this kind of close. We'll probably have to change the rotation and all that stuff, but just get it in the vicinity. So the fact that even if you only see just the yellow bounding box, you don't see the actual texture applied to it right away, that's nothing to be concerned about. That is normal on some objects. So if you go 10, let's try it right there. for starters, and then we'll put an object. What I like to do, even though it doesn't show right away like this sometimes, if I know I want to apply more than one of the same object in an area on a track, I'll go ahead and apply them everywhere that I want them to be, and then I'll save the PTF, and then I can adjust them after that. That's just my approach. You can necessarily go ahead and save it at this point, so that it, and then reload it so that it's actually visible, and then go ahead and apply it. You can do that as well. But like I said, I like to take the approach of applying them all first, at least these first initial two that I know I want. So, all right, so let's put this one up here. We'll go right click, add TV people. And this one's a little bit harder to see the bounding box, but I can just click it and there it is. And this one will have to probably go up a lot higher. I put that at 10 in the infield, so this is probably going to have to be probably at twice as much probably. Just kind of using common logic there. It's a little bit higher on the outer bank of the track. So I'll probably have to go, okay, not quite twice as much, okay. Fair enough. 15, 17, so about 16 looks like. Right about there, looks good. For starters, guess I will probably have to change the rotation once we get it to, so at least those two spots I want that to load. Alright, so we'll go ahead, save this PTF, and because I know I'm going to be probably applying many more objects in this, I'm just going to do kind of generalize the name of this PTF save. So I'll just do add track library fill-ins or something like that, and I'll abbreviate. Yeah. So I just abbreviate that 80J track library fill-ins is basically what that would stand for. So it'll kind of fall into many different categories as far as like if I want to put more cars, you know, safety vehicles, things like that, because that's something else we don't have either. We don't have any ambulances. We don't have any, you know, things of that nature. You know, safety vehicles like trucks and stuff like that. So I'm going to keep this PTF kind of focused around adding all those types of things, and I'll be able to apply just like a tag at the end of that. It'll fall under that same name of this PTF. So that's saved, and we'll verify that it's saved. Just right here. So that's cool. Good. So now we're going to go ahead and do a new. Do an open. And I guess on the topic of we haven't discussed this, James, as much, but oh, just checking up on text here. Risk it for the biscuit. Nice. Okay, so we're just doing the risk. You know, is the bot being kind so far? Nice. Okay. So, yeah, as I was saying, we haven't talked about this much, James, but as far as the era that we're trying to depict, I believe you said loosely circa 98. The type of ambulance that would be in there would probably be that standard box ambulance, I would assume, right? And not necessarily the van, because we only got the two different kinds. And also, would you necessarily want to apply the updated Papyrus one, or to apply that international? We've got that international one, so we've applied that to some of our other modern track builds. So yeah, these are some of the discussions we could probably have as far as what types of objects we want to apply to this thing. So we want to reopen this PTF. Go ahead and reopen that, and then that should populate and make visible that new TV people. 98 for sure, probably the updated Pappy one, I think. Okay, yeah, so that boxy one. So what we mean by the updated Pappy one, using the original Papyrus model, right? That comes from the shared folder, obviously, but you can, as we've shown before, how you can take that and directly apply it to the track. We do have. And I should have this in my the shared folder here. Let me check this out. I'll verify, and if it's not, going to adjust that appropriately. So we got the ambulance car, which is the van. Okay, so there is this deal. So there's this version. This one hasn't been, yeah, so I don't have the updated textures in here now that I look at this. So this one's not updated. And let me check out the other one. The other one that's commonly used in tracks is the box style ambulance, which would be this one. This is all coming from the shared folder so far. That's this one. And this does have the updated texture to it. Yeah, so either this one or the van. So fairly low poly from here. Yeah. So if you want to keep it in wanting to keep it fairly low poly at this point, this object, there's really nothing wrong with this model other than the fact that this needed a fresh texture to it. The texture needed some serious help on it. And this has been done by James a while ago. I don't remember exactly. I want to say maybe 2015 thereabouts. I don't know what the date on the texture should probably say that. 2008? Wow, it's been longer than I thought. Yeah, the texture on it is actually 2008. So that's probably about the same time that Sprint came into the picture, I guess, with NASCAR. So, okay, yeah. Just going by the texture on that this hasn't changed. April 27 of 2008. That's when that update. And those are available, by the way, on the Spline Design Studios website, I believe. In fact, I'm gonna check that now. Now that I said that, I think there's a select few items like that are available on Spline Design's website. So now I need to go over here and check this out. Just to verify, I need to humor myself. I guess I'm gonna move this over to new window. I'm gonna bring this over. So on the Spline Design's website under downloads, I have done some work on that too, to add a section for some farm simulator stuff. There's some things that I want to get on there. So yeah, we do have some things in there. This is just a test, just to kind of get the category set up. But lots of new things, hopefully to come, I guess, on the Spline Design Studio website. Let's go back to home here. So I got the new camper groups that are in here. Those have been posted. I got a few downloads for that. Appreciate those that are checking that out. So the new camper groups, we got that available on the Spline Design. I'm pretty sure, and I gotta look here. I gotta find out, yeah, now. So in this group, let's go up. Should be able to see everything that's available for the NR 2003 simulation. We got our tires, the Daytona Rising, UI updates. So I guess we don't have that available. So I lied, I'm sorry. Don't have those available, but we can probably get that up there. Well, if I have to make a note of that, I'll make a footnote, I guess, to probably get that applied to over there. So for those that do necessarily care to want that, that's something that'll kind of complement these new camper groups, as far as your infield objects. So yeah, I get that up there. We'll have to make a note of that. Well, that's the Spline Design Studios website anyway. And there are, like I said, hopefully some new things coming to that. Not just NR 2003 related, but even some farm sim stuff. So, okay. Getting back to it, I do have the updated texture. That's what I wanted to verify on that ambulance. So that's something else we can add to this. Yeah, let's go back to the track. So let's take care of our TV people first. Yeah, we've already verified that that's good to go. Okay, so that's something else we can add. No, it's probably in NR. I haven't checked in NR, I don't know how long. I know that's kind of where it originated. I'm pretty sure too, if you go to the SPP site is still up as well. In fact, I'm gonna check that. I haven't checked the SPP site in a while either. There's a listing of things. Here, let's go ahead and check that out. Yeah, it still shows up in Google actually. So if you Google, and I probably got a command in the chat for this, but I guess I'm just lazy. So if you look up this, it should actually still come up here. It's still in the index here. Yeah, we don't need the DB anyway. The DB is basically just for registrations and stuff like that, but the site is still here. The only difference is it does show up on the Pro Modding as a sub thing, but if you Google it, it does still come up here. And what there is here is some unrestricted things. So you don't need to register or anything like that, but there are some things that are available in here too. There's no pictures, but you can tell by the names of things of what they relate to. Such things as War Wagons from Smithden. There's some car viewer files for that. Here's the ambulance right here. So if you do necessarily want to check this out, in fact, I'll put this link right in the chat for anybody that cares, that does care to want that. It's right there. So that's the link to get to that listing here. And like I said, you don't have to register. But these are some of the more popular things that were released on the SPP site, to include the WinMap 2 utility. Has all the stuff that you need, I guess, to get that installed properly. The pace car mod, we do have the tires over there as well. Have those on the Spline Design Studios the SDS site as well. Season editor, things like that. But that's where the ambulance is anyway. I also have, that's another thing, an update, I guess, to the vertical caution lights, the track condition lights. The PAPI ones tend to want to blink and blink in and out, I guess, as far as the way the levels of detail are applied to it. So that's been something that's been out there too. That's a popular item as well. So all the popular stuff, I guess, that were on the to include the, if you want a complete night sky as opposed to having any sun, you don't want any sun, this is a pretty popular ones for those, especially online drivers, you know, that are in online leagues. They like using that so they don't get the sun glare, just to have that night sky. And that's all end user, you know, as far as like individual user. So like, it doesn't have to be on a server. If you're racing online or whatever, you can put that in on your own end, and it doesn't affect anybody else, and you can still get in there. Yeah. So just some popular things there, I guess, for viewers to check out there. Grab them while you can. Okay. Yeah, but see, I do notice that the URL for the SPP site, now that the database has been deleted, you can still Google Safer Barrier Project, and it still will take you to Pro Modding, but it's as a sub directory, I guess, for it, and it's still here. You can still get at the stuff. So yeah, feel free to use that. Okay. But also thank you, GoJunk, I guess, for being so kind, I guess, to delete the database for that. But we don't need it for that. There's no registrations for that, so it's no harm, no foul at this point. Okay, so when we got the track reloaded, we're going to navigate over to our stands here so we can adjust our TV people. So you can see they are now in here. This one's already facing the track, so that's cool.
We're all about
we're already into the ads here in a second. Skip that ad. No thanks. Okay, there we go. Keeping that playlist going. Okay, so yeah, we can just need to adjust the height a little bit on this. It's already facing the track. Might have to move it. Yeah, so we got some adjustment to do here anyway. So let's zoom in on that. Make some adjustments to it. Okay, we are in. Let me make sure here. Which view are we in? Now we need to go to Object Placement View. Yep. Select that, and something that I'm really starting to get into the habit of doing now, instead of trying to drag in here and look at the camera view, you can do that. Not saying you can't. But what I try to get into the habit of is actually using this properties menu. So like, if I know it needs to move on a particular axis, like in this case, probably the X, I'll just adjust these values instead. So like this, instead of trying to drag that, you know, go back and forth between the camera view and that, it's kind of a pain. So if you kind of got an idea of which axis that it needs to be adjusted on, just use the properties. So like in this case, that's probably good right there. Now I need to go up on the Z and just a little bit, so probably 250. No, a little bit more. Somewhere right around there. Let's see, let's try 285. That's actually not too bad right there. Trying to get it so that the feet aren't buried into it, but let's bring it up a little bit more. So let's see. Probably round it off to just 3 maybe? No, a little bit more yet. So you can see how the feet are kind of poking himself through. 325. Very little movements though. Let's try 350. 375. 380. Okay, that's already floating right there. So let's do about 380. That should be good right there. And I can kind of, let me slow the camera down too. This is probably going to turn that on, but it's okay. Just slow this down. There we go. So we need a little bit more precise on this. Let's see. Looks like we need to move it on the X a little bit more because this part of the camera stand is hanging off. So let's move it back on the X a little bit more so we can get this one not hanging over. Alright, so we need to go 139, so we need to do like 138.9. Something like that. Okay. That's not too shabby right there. I like it. So he's facing the track. As far as get the action on the track, like so. That'll be at least the first initial one there. Used to have something on there. To make it a little bit more random, there are some other objects that have camera people that are, you know, different positions and stuff like that. I don't want to necessarily put more than one of these there because that'll look kind of not so random. But at least to get that one on there for now. So we'll adjust this one up at the top here. Speed this back up a little bit. Yep, this one definitely gotta rotate this so he's facing the track, number one. So let's go over there. Yeah, and that too, Torch, it gets as far as move stuff accidentally. It's very easy, you know, if you're selecting, you know, if you're picking stuff out here, if you've got like a lot of smaller items around there, to get those moved around and get them moved into a spot that you didn't want. So what the ads today? Okay, we're back into the swing music again. Yeehaw. We're that far into the playlist already. Cool. I've been using the same playlist, I guess, for Spline Design Saturdays because for the most part, it usually ends up not having a lot of ads in it. So, I mean, it does have its fair share of ads, but it is a free playlist, so royalty free, mind you, as well. So, I tend to want to stick with it. Okay. So yeah, we select. So right now I've got that selected, the stand itself. See, I'm not able to select, and I've shown this before plenty of times. You know, don't try to click and select it because you might move your stand. And if you want to keep it there in an effort to not do that, go into your properties. Properties menu is your friend. Go to your drop down, and we know there's two of those TV people in here. So this one, we know that's probably the other one that I already adjusted. And then this one here is probably the one I want. Okay, why is it not highlighting? Just a second. There it is. So you usually see it once it highlights, then you know you got the right one. So in this case here, it does need to be rotated. So I'm gonna bring my properties up here and keep the camera open. So I know it needs to be rotated. So I'm gonna adjust the yaw this way. And then this should still be the X. This is X, this is Y. So I want to adjust the X. Bring it in like so. So it's probably going to be 173.8. Let's try 173.5. No, too much. See, I'm watching this guy hanging over on the back here. That's how I kind of know it's too far. So it's going to be somewhere right about there. But I'll probably have to rotate this a little bit more, because you can see the stand is hanging off. No problem. So I'll just rotate the yaw a little bit more. Get it all to fit on there. Okay, let's move it up on the X a little bit more. Oops, I'm gonna bring it down. That's what. That's pretty close. Okay, you got this camera stand's kind of hanging out a little bit. Alright, let me slow this down again a little bit. There we go. And it looks like we're too high as well. Way too high. Alright, so let's bring it down on the Z. So let's try 15.5. A little bit more. 15.7. Ooh, that's pretty good right there. 15.7 to, yep. Leaving it at an even 15.7 right there. Now, still got this kind of poking in here a little bit, so let's adjust the X a little bit more. Oops, I'm going to increase that number. My bad. But you kind of get the idea as far as keeping your camera open here and just using that instead of using dragging the box itself around and going back and forth between the camera. Use that properties window, to see what you're doing. Get a lot better means of being able to ensure, I guess, that it's not clipping into stuff. The object is not floating or anything like that. I want to bring it back just a little bit more on the X. It's well inside, I guess, the platform here, but I want to move this guy back a little bit, and I'll move the whole thing back. Let's see if I do 175. Let's go back to 2. Alright, so 225. That looks pretty good right there. So we got the stand is in here. Camera's still kind of hanging over a little bit. Perfect. And the other thing that's kind of nice, and I've shown this with using that when you're creating your camera files, as far as the positions. If you want a camera at this position here, you can do that. You put your camera jig right at this position where this is at, and if you want to get a panning view, I guess, of this one here, you can do that. Also, this one down there. So we will now have two positions on our to apply our camera jig at those positions and be able to put a panning camera or fixed camera there. I would consider probably a panning camera, because those cameras, kind of spin. So as the cars come through this area, the vehicles come through this area of the track, they'll be able to, pan the camera over. So you could put a camera jig right at that position now. So we got those positioned. Now we could probably move this in on the Y. That would be the Y axis on this way. So if we want to bring it in a little bit more so he's not quite so close to the end of the platform, we can do that as well. So let's do that. So we're going here on the Y. See how it's moving away as I decrease that number. So I want to increase this number. So let's try 60. So something like that, maybe. Let's see what we got here. Okay, now he's hanging off a little bit, so now I'll have to adjust the Y again. Yeah, so now he's a little bit further in. Now let's adjust the Y down a little bit more. Okay, let's go 172. Something like that. Yeah, I think that'll work. So there, now we got a camera position on that side, and it's double-sided, so you'll be able to see that from both angles here, as well as up on that spot. So, okay, here's another thing. It's like once you get these models, I guess, into place, you could have one set up. This could be TV1. All your camera positions for TV1. Not all of them, but I mean one of your positions for TV1, and this could be a position for TV2 or vice versa. So if you want your TV2, I guess, to have this position in there, TV1 in here, or TV2 and TV1, you have that option now as well. Whether or not we'll put some more of these around the track, like potentially like on top of these booths here on the, you know, you could put spotters and things like that up here. I do have an object somewhere, I guess, for spotters. I don't know if I have that readily available, but I know there is one. I'll have to look that up. There's a camera stand in turn 1. Is that this one over here? That's why I was going over here for. I thought there, yeah, this camera stand right here. It's got that built right into the stand, so yeah, we could put one on this stand here too. So we can do that. That's what I was coming over here to look at. It's funny you mentioned that. Yeah, so on this stand right here, there's a TV. There's a camera. So we can put one here. So let's do that. We've already got that object in the track, so we can just apply that. And it's already loaded. So as we put this one in on this spot, it'll already load. It's already been loaded with the track. Okay, so we'll go ahead, right click on our list and grab our TV people. Like so. There's that object. This one's going to have to come up quite a bit. Alright, so in this spot. Yep, it's way there on the ground there so far, so we'll have to lift this one up on the Z. A lot. Okay, so go to fix. This one's going to probably be over 20. Actually, it is right about 20. Okay, so let's see what we got here. Yep, a little bit more than 20. So we got 20. So we have to go like 22 maybe. Let's try 22. Oh, that's way too much. 21? Still too high. So, okay, so we're going to be like 20 and a half. Something like that, yep. It's about 20 and a half. Now we're going to move this. Okay, now considering the X and a Y and so on, I've already kind of shown. So this way would be X, this way would be Y. So we want to move this over on the Y to bring it more on the platform. Okay, and this is more on an angle, I guess, I suppose, too. So the true X would be like if you were to cross-section against the track. So X would be going this way, Y is this way. So it is going that way. It's just that because it's on an angle, that's why it's... We got some rotation in this area, I guess you could say. So we need to increase this Y. So this way, and then we need to adjust the X as well. Center that new positioning up. So we want to do 178. That looks about right. Okay. That's actually not too bad. I was kind of thinking of putting it more towards the middle of this platform. Let's see here. Yeah, let's bring it a little bit more to the middle. So we'll do 177. And then adjust the Y a little bit more. So if we do 84. Nope, I gotta increase that number. That's why I said about 85.5. There we go. Something like that. Not too bad. Did a good. Yeah, look at how the camera actually clears that banner. That's pretty cool. Yep, it's definitely above that banner, so that's cool. Figured that out pretty well there, James. As far as using common building practices, you know, that's basically what all that is. Oh yeah, actually, yeah, absolutely, James. As far as adding these little finer details like that, it does give it a little bit more character. That was from some library. So, again, like I was saying, if we've already made some camera files for this track, but we can even expand on it even more at this point to be able to put these positions on the actual cam files. So we can put a jig here and actually line that up to have a panning camera in this position now. So, yeah. Oh, he risked and failed. Damn it. Come on, bot. Be nice. Yeah, the slots is usually... That is the way it usually tends to like to add to their... Alright. Just checking into that. So yeah, I think we got this one. This one's good. So we got 3 positions now, 3 new positions, I guess, for cameras, at least. Nice. So we can add to that as we so desire, but at least we got those new positions. And taking advantage of our new objects that have applied as far as our 2 stands on the infield and the outfield. So yeah. Torch jet checking his fluids there. He's got, yeah, make sure you keep those nice and adequate. Over 116 hours. Nice. Oh, there you go. James got the slots. See, every once in a while, it does. The slots does work out there. It's very rare, though. Slots is very rare, I guess, to get a jackpot. Okay, so from this point, I can add, let's see, what else do I have here? What have I mentioned? So I got that added. I did that, so that's cool. I guess the other thing I was considering as far as just creating some custom people groups, I guess, to put in the infield. The ambulance we can apply. So we'll do that ambulance. We'll probably directly install that to the track. I think that's the approach we've been pretty much taking with this one, is to directly install it to the track. So I'll probably take that from the shared folder as I showed here earlier. Let's go and do that actually. Now the fact that this ambulance object has a day and night switch already applied to it, because it is still relatively the original Papyrus model. It's just got a new texture to it. It's going to have more than one texture. And again, I'm going to go through this hold your hand mode, as I usually do when I do these streams, to check and see what MIPs are applied to that 3DO. I'm going to open this up with Notepad, and I'm going to do a search for MIP and find out all the textures, all the MIP files that are applied to it. So in this case, we have an ambulance, which we already knew, and we also have an N ambulance MIP, and that should be it. And we got an ambulance lights. See, that's probably why, very good example as far as why we want to check that. So it's more than just the texture for the light, for the ambulance itself, but it's also for the lights. So you're going to need that MIP as well in order to directly install that to the track. So that's probably a good thing that's probably a good example as to why you want to check the actual 3DO itself to ensure you got all the textures. So I need these two. I need the N ambulance and ambulance lights, which is right here. So I need that and the N ambulance. So we got to scroll down here. And there's going to be a slew of files in here, I guess, for they should all be alphabetic, and if you've got it set up that way to look alphabetic. So here's the car, which is the van model, which we don't want. We want the N ambulance, which is right here. So we need those 4 files, I should say. So copy that. Don't want to cut these out of the shared, because I still need that for my still need those in there, I guess, for the other tracks that we have in this directory for our track edit. So just making a copy of that, pasting it right into our track. So now we have all those files needed, and I can load this up in 3D Sim just to make sure. So there's our model. Okay, so we'll get that installed to the track. Did the N ambulance actually come over? I want to make sure. Yeah, here it is right there. Just making sure. I didn't see that. I saw these 3, but I didn't see that one. So, yep, they're all in there. And it will tell me, like, if you don't have all your files, when you're working in Sandbox, when you don't have all the files that are needed for 3DO to load, it'll let you know. You don't have to worry about that. It'll bark at you. So, okay. Alright. So now we got all those files that are needed to load this into the track. Now it's just a matter of navigating to an area that we want to potentially put this ambulance. 300 big ones. What'd I miss? What's 300 big ones? Did I miss something in chat? What did you mean by 300 big ones, Storage? Alright, so anyway, yeah. kind of navigating to the area that I potentially want to. Oh, is that what he got? Was 300? Oh yeah, he did. My bad. Yeah, you did. Oh my day. Yeah, 100 points per emote. Yep, that's the way that mini game is designed too. You basically get 100 per when you win anyway. It's 300. Yeah. That should be the maximum actually. It's good to know that's working. So yeah, I was just saying, navigate to an area that you would want to put an ambulance, and primarily the ambulances are usually around an area that's open, you know, so it can have easy access out. So let's put one right here, so I can navigate down here. Now, because it's directly in the track, I don't want to go by shared. So anything that's going to be in the list that's in the shared folder is going to be first in the list there. I don't want those. I want the one that's directly in the track, so it's going to be the first one in this case because it's alphabetic. So ambulance, and I didn't get in it. It didn't bark at me, so that means I have all the files. There's the bounding box for it, and it probably won't load or be visible right away, which is fine. Let's speed this up a little bit. So let's see what we have here. So we got the bounding box, but no object, and that's normal, as I've said. Let's go into the properties, put it on fixed, and I don't think we'll need to raise this too much, but let's see. Okay, I'll put it at a 1, and I am going to go ahead and just drag this out this way a little bit because it's kind of up against the fence. There we go. So ambulance there. Let's see, is there anything else I can add right away? I guess what I'm thinking of too is like a tow truck, and I think I do have the updated textures for a tow truck and or a flatbed for that matter. I think I have those both in there. I'm gonna check on that. I think I have those in the shared folder as well. In fact, I think it is just named as tow truck. Let's see here. And if it's not in here, I know where to get it. Because I believe the tow truck that we have, especially the one that's a flatbed, that's not in the shared folder. So let's see what I got here. So here's the Pappy tow truck. Let's load that one up. So here's the Pappy tow truck. I don't have the updated texture to that. That could be changed. I do know I have an updated texture for it, I guess. Actually, this is the updated one because the default one has Papyrus written on it. I believe on the hood. So this one is the updated, quote unquote, updated. So it doesn't have the Papyrus logo on it. It just makes it a general tow truck. So we could probably apply that. Consensus there, James? This one, or would you like the would you rather have the flatbed, and or both? I don't want to put it in there if you don't want it in there. I think this one actually is still pretty decent considering the way Papyrus did this model. The only thing that really yeah, that's probably true. Is it calming down? Seems to be calming down. Are we still here? Let me know if I'm still here. It burped quite a bit there. It actually erased all the drop frames. I don't know what the hell happened there. Okay, so it is back. I'm checking my stuff right now just to make sure. I dropped a ton of frames. What's kind of weird though... Whoa, yeah, so what's kind of weird though is it actually erased all the drop frames that it was showing. It's back to 0, which is kind of weird. So it's like it's almost like it started a whole new stream, but without actually restarting a whole stream. Okay, so I think it's all settled down now. Yeah, I just happened to look over my streaming software and it was in the reds. Like, whoa. So I had to look at so the fact that I do have the streaming software as well as my my stream manager, I guess as far as the Twitch stream manager, yeah, it was It was all lit up. It's like, it wasn't cool. We usually don't have this problem all that much, so I tend to appreciate, I guess, the fact that, you know, the Twitch platform, as far as providing the streaming platform, I guess, on that. Saturdays we don't usually have too much of an issue. That's why I kind of commend that. Okay, so I think we are back. Didn't miss too much there. So yeah, the Black Century tow truck here. So that one should be. I don't remember what that one's named. So I'm gonna have to look that one up. I think it's Century. It's called Century, if I remember right. So let's look through here. So if you look for Century. Yes, here it is. So it should be this one right here. So this is the other tow truck that's available here. And this is just the default texture and model. So, yeah. So you're considering probably this one, James? It's probably a good choice. This is more semi-old school as far as that goes. Pretty good model when you consider low poly, I guess, as far as what Pappy originally got. This is 2003, right? This has not been edited, this model. This is what Papyrus originally created. Pretty fantastic when you consider it. Yeah, the texture is old, but and it probably could be cleaned up just like the other one I was showing too. But I mean, you can still definitely tell it's a tow truck. So the fact that we actually install it directly to the track, we have the ability of being able to update the texture, and it'll only affect that model in that track directory, you know, within the track itself. It could be. I have no idea. It could necessarily be from N4, but even then, you know, that would be the predecessor, I guess, to 2003, or 2003. If it was from N4, just look at the design of that. When you consider even the technology that we had available back then and the way it looks, it still looks like a tow truck. I mean, other than the fact that the texture could probably use some TLC. So again, in order to get everything that's needed for this model, we're going to open it up in Notepad and do a search for MIP. And I think we'll already, it probably does use the ambience lights too, but I want to check that. So Century MIP, we already know that. N Century, so that's the night texture for it. And that's it. So it doesn't have any lights on this one. I don't think either of the tow trucks do, actually. So we need this one, and we need an N Century. So let's go down here. Right there. So we need those three textures. So we do copy. And we're going to put that right into our track. Like so. Those three files. Now we can directly apply that to our track. So we got our ambulance, and that's not showing. So this tow truck will probably not show either. So I was just trying to get as many things in this PTF session applied, and even if they don't show, that's fine. So when I save it and reload it, they will then be visible, and then I can adjust those accordingly. So okay, so we're gonna put a tow truck, you know, basically right next to this. We'll put it right behind it. How about that? We can always move it. Not a big deal. We'll put it in the general vicinity of this ambulance. So right click and choose the center of the list, and that should be Century. So that should be closer to the top of the list actually, which is right here. Didn't bark at me, so I know I've got all the files that I need, so it's gonna let me select it. There it is. So there it is right there. I'm not gonna worry about the orientation of it, and as far as I know, it probably does need to be turned based on the way this bounding box is. I'm gonna wait till I reload the track to do that. I'm not gonna try and orient that, I guess, with it not being visible. So I am gonna bring it up, at least on the Z. Move this to fixed, so at least that'll be loaded too once I save the track, so I don't want to have to do that. And I'm going to bring it up on the Z as 1. I'll probably have to bring it back down, but at least I know. I can already kind of tell, just by the way it's initially loading, that it might be too low, so I'm going to just do that. So that this way, when I do it this way, and I load the track back up there after I save it, it'll show, and I won't have as much to have to deal with, I guess, as far as once I reload it. Oh yeah, I know those are small. I think the original ambulance one is only that big too. Or was that one a 512? I think the ambulance one might be a 512. But yeah, both tow truck ones, I think they're only like a 256. Yeah, super small. You know, when you consider the technology we had there, you know, as far as like keeping things, you know, low, I guess, as far as they did a very good job, I guess, of doing that. So yeah, if we open up this ambulance, I think this one's a 512. I just want to check this. Humor myself. I want to say it is, but I don't know for sure. Let's go to tracks. Let's see what we got here. So ambulance right here. So this one's a 1024 by 512. Holy crap! That texture's a lot bigger, I guess. Or was when you did that one, James? Did you resize it by chance? Because I want to say that original ambulance texture wasn't this big. Because the fact that you can do that, you can, as long as you're keeping it within the same constraint of the original file. So like the tow truck, you could make it a 512 by 512 if you wanted to, just as long as it's in the same constraint as the original texture. So like if you want to go from a 256 by 256 to a 512 by 512, you can do that. The sim does let you do that, just as long as you keep it within the same constraint as the original. So I want to say I doubled it and then painted over the string. Right. I think that's what you know. If you were to look at the original, in fact, I'm curious now, because I would assume that's probably what you did, and that's just to add more resolution, I guess, to the texture. Not necessarily going ridiculously high like 4K, but that'd be kind of nuts, I guess, for an ambulance to have a 4K texture for an ambulance, but we won't get into that. So if you want to look at the original texture, I'm going to load this up here really quick just to humor it. So we've already seen the new ambulance texture is a 1024 by 512, or maybe the other way around, but it's a 1024, let's say that. So it's pretty big, and that's the new texture. So if we go to the original texture for the ambulance, I got the original deal in here. Let's humor myself, because I'm really curious. So if we go to original ambulance, which is right here, this is the original texture. Look at how small that bad boy is. Super small. So yeah, you definitely made that bigger. So you can see the difference between the original texture and the new texture. Yeah, pay respects. You know, and the thing is, there's a lot better. You know, we've talked about this before. You can necessarily add detail to the model itself and or the texture. You don't necessarily want to do it to both, right? So it's like, that's why I kind of posed the question, I guess, for the international ambulance. We've got that international ambulance that we use that's in, I think, 3 pieces, if memory serves me right, but it's in pieces. It's not one model. So in order to get the whole model, I guess, to show as one piece, you can do it that way too. So that's kind of like a happy medium of, you know, more detail in the actual model, but maybe not as much in the texture. So, but yeah, you can really see the difference between this, and if I look, this for comparison's sake, for the hell of it. If I go back into the updated texture for the ambulance, you could do the same thing for the tow truck, I guess is the point I'm trying to make here. So if we go back into our updated texture here, I don't know why I went to shared. I could have went to the track, but that's okay. So this is our new texture. So here's the new texture, and here's the original texture. So you can see just by the dynamic of that, maintaining the use of the original model itself and not doing anything to the model, the original papyrus model in this case, and just by updating the texture, it makes a big difference. And without really, you know, probably too much draw on the frame rates doing this. you know, going from this to this in this case for this model is not that big of a deal. I mean, when you really think about it, and kind of in a way, this could be considered 4K in comparison to the original texture, because this is a huge difference. Like, you can fit this thing in here probably, what, 5 times? 6 times into this one texture. So that's like at least 6 times as big as the original texture. Freaking insane. 128 by 256, yeah, the original texture. So 128 high by 256, and now we're at a 512 by 1024. Yeah, practically 6 times as big. That's just, anyway. Just to kind of show that comparison. So when you are considering, I guess, just adding, you know, sprucing it up, you know, as far as look at the model, as far as the design of that, you could necessarily do the same thing with the tow trucks. I guess that's the whole takeaway, I guess, from what I was trying to explain there. You could necessarily just update the texture to either tow truck and, you know, add a lot more dynamic to it than, I guess, what's there. So with these 2 items applied now, I got them applied and they're not visible yet, so I'm going to go ahead and save this. I'll switch this back over to geometry view and then do a save as, and I'm just going to apply a B to this. This is going to be an ongoing PTF session. I'm just going to add a B to this, so I know that each one of these PTFs relates to something else added to. Uh-oh. I just noticed that Century Town Tow Truck says Wayland instead of... Oh, does it really? I guess I didn't... I thought it did actually say Wayland. I'm trying not to redo the texture, but now it's kind of... I didn't even notice that. Now I'll have to look at that myself. I thought it did say Wayland. Now, when you think of that, though, as far as, like, using actual names, you know, advertising, I guess, like that. I mean, Papyrus didn't necessarily have licensing, I guess, to use Goodyear, which they had. They probably didn't have licensing, I guess, to use Winston Cup and or such things like Wayland as far as the actual brand name. So that's probably why that's done that way. It probably wasn't a typo. They probably did that intentionally because they weren't allowed to put that in. They didn't have the licensing for it. Imagine back in the day, it would have been rougher PC. Oh yeah, and that's why they were done that way. But the fact that we have the ability to do that now, yeah, that's the big difference. The fact that we have that ability, and without even applying, I guess, you know, I keep hearing all the time, I guess, about this, the hell they call it, as far as like to unlock your RAM, as far as to use 4K. It's just like, to me, that's just dumb. I mean, I don't know. Maybe it's just me and my ignorance, but I think it's kind of ridiculous, I guess, to apply that. I see a lot of people using that shader thing as far as for DX9, and also, you know, along with, I guess, that 4K unlock, I guess, for the use of RAM, I guess, for, I don't know. To me, that's just dumb, but that's probably just me. So I'm going to save this PTF as just by applying a B to that anyway. And I'm going to confirm that that's saved, which it did right here. Cool. Now what I can do is do a new and reload the track. Alright, so we'll go ahead with that, and we'll select that new PTF. Load that in. Okay, so now, let me zoom in on that. Did I open the right one? Nope, I opened the wrong one. My bad. I had another one there for the media towers that was named B. My bad. So let's go ahead and open the correct one, which is this one. Cool. Back into swing music. All right. Get some hype in the chat. Exclamation point hype in the chat. Keep this thing going. We're having some fun. So, okay, so we can see the 2 items loaded here. You can see the tow truck and the ambulance directly installed into the... Obviously, this needs to come up. You can already see that now. Okay. How about some heck yeahs as well? Exclamation point, heck yeah. Let's keep it bouncing in this thing. Uh-oh. So this sometimes happens with Sandbox. I'll probably have to close it back out and reopen it. So my camera view is borked, which this tells me I need to close Sandbox and reload it is all. Not a big deal. That's a common thing that happens for with Sandbox. So I'm gonna go ahead and close that out. One word. It's one word on that torch. Heck yeah, not hell yeah. Yeah, I try to keep it PG, I guess, on that. Okay, let's see here. Yeah, let's close the Sandbox out here and reopen it. I'll do a new. We know the track loads, that's good. Yeah, there you go. You got it now. Cool. Wow, why did it close all that down? Crazy. I'll give you a yeehaw. Hey, how you doing, Lady Buzz? Nice. There you go. Yeah, I need to. I've been playing around with the idea of applying some other audio commands. I need to add to them. Yeah, I definitely need to add to them, but that would be one of them. Spelling is hard today. Words are hard anyway, Lady Buzz. Yeah. No worries here. No worries here. We're just doing some more modeling and such on to our track. You know, adding some items to our track. Hope you're doing well today, Lady Buzz. Let's get this load back up here. So I'm gonna just go this way. I could double click on the PTF, but let's go this way. I'll give this a second to load. So yeah, if you ever experienced, I guess, Sandbox is a very buggy program. And for the most part, we don't usually have a problem with loading, you know, working the Sandbox for extended period of time as we usually do on these streams. But there's a first for everything, I suppose. So hashtag yeehaw. Yeah, I don't have that as a command. Most of the commands are with the exclamation point, but yeah, that's cool. Had a good nap. The nieces went home. Wait, you had the nieces that long? Or did you just have, is this a new weekend? Did you have them that whole time? That was going back at least a week or so. I remember you had the nieces. Yeah. So is that like a regular ordeal for you, Lady Buzz, I guess, to watch the nieces? Oh, new weekend? Okay. Which that's fun. Having nieces over. They have pillow fights and all that. You play some board games. What do you like to do, I guess, when you're watching the nieces? Do you play video games, board games? I guess, what do you guys do? I guess when you're watching them. You got a onesie party? Nice. The fuzzy onesies. You got some pretty cool onesies, too. You're showing some pictures over at Smart Aleck Discord there, yeah. A little bit of everything. Nice. Did you watch movies and have some popcorn? And that's always a fun thing to do. Alright, so the track's loaded. And we got, yeah, there's the two objects. And when I brought my camera file, that's what I want to check here. Camera file works now. Camera view, I should say. Let's navigate over to our items here. Oh yeah, we got to raise these up. A little buried in the ground, yeah. That's okay. But they do load. That's a plus. Didn't do movies. Pass up before the movie started. Ah. You pooped him out then. That's not a bad thing, though. That's not necessarily a terrible thing, though. So let's go back into our object placement view. And we need to adjust these two objects now. Yeah, that definitely sounds like fun there, Lady Buzz. You know, another thing that's pretty fun too, I guess, when you have sleepovers behind watching movies and pillow fights, building blanket forts. That was something we always had fun doing. when I was that age. Blanket forts. Always liked that. That was fun. Alright, so we need to move this one up on the Z. It's kind of buried in the ground. So let's raise this up. Yeah, let's see how much we got to go up though. Is 3 too high? Let's see here. I'm going to slow this camera down a little bit. Oh, too much. Hello? What the heck? I got it in slow mode, don't I? I did. There we go. There we go. Let's slow it up there a little bit. Okay. Fur pelts? Really? It's really torsion. Holy crap. Yowza. Fur pelts, huh? I'm just told by the 7-year-old that they're too old for blanket forts. Too old? You're never too old for blanket forts. I still love to do blanket forts. I'm way older than 7, that's for sure. Okay, let's do 2.5. That still looks too high. Yeah, you're never too old for blanket forts. I'm sorry. No, you're just kidding. I was gonna say. Yeah, I know you're up there in age, there, Torch, but I didn't think you were quite that old. not to age shame or anything, but yeah. She's a girly girl, so you know. Oh, you did the nails. Oh yeah, there's that too. Okay, yeah, that's a girly thing there too. Nails. Alright. It could be just me. I think this is still too high. Let me see here. So 2.5. 2.4. Maybe not. 2.6. 2.7. Yeah, it's definitely too high. So it's going to be like probably 2.5. What I'm looking for is clipping into the infield object here. Yep, that should do it right there. Alright, so there's that. Now, if we want to turn this, I'm going to change the yaw on this, turn it this way. And I'll probably move it next to the ambulance once I get it. I'll get the ambulance adjusted. So that they can necessarily vacate to the fence here, I guess when caution comes out, what have you. Alright, so let's move. We need to adjust this ambulance now. So let's do that. So I did 2.5 on that one. See if we can put this at a 2.5 as well. They should be about the same. That's assuming the terrain of the infield object is relatively level there. Should be. Yeah, that looks pretty good. Ooh, looks good. Alright, so we're going to rotate this one this way. And then I'll probably put the tow truck right next to it. So they'll be positioned, I guess, to vacate via the opening in the fence here, I guess, when the caution comes out. The wrecked cars out of the way. Let's put this one right next to it. There we go. I'll put another set of these towards the pit entrance there, which would be over in that direction. So let's boost this up a little bit. And let's go over there. Let's speed that up a little bit more. Yeah, so we'll put a set. There should be an opening. At least I thought there was. Oh, there isn't an opening over here. I thought there was an opening right here. Okay, so what do we got? I thought there was an opening over here somewhere. Maybe not. Okay, well, we could probably just keep the one set there. Maybe. I thought there was another opening down over here. I guess we could put another opening in here somewhere if we wanted to. I don't want to put it on this side of the fence because the war wagons the pit wagons load up in there, so I don't want to do that there. I could put a set right on the outside wall here, but that's kind of too close, I guess, for to this spot, maybe. So the infield fence. Yeah, and that's what I was thinking. But that seems kind of close. I was thinking more towards the pit entrance. But I guess I could put a set right here. Or even right here. No, doesn't look good there because they would have to go around this wall. Yeah, I don't want to do that. Oh, I thought they had a opening on that wall. There's like, what the heck? Alright, so that's good. Yeah, I think I'll just put a set right here too. I'll put a set right in here. Yeah, that'll work. So let's do that. We're going to go right click over in this spot. Put the ambulance in. Scroll it down to our ambulance. So that should be right there. And we already got it loaded into the track, so we don't need to save it so it can reload. So we just need to move it up on the Z. And it's going to be higher than what we got in infield because it's raised. So 5.5. Let's see if that's enough. Alright. See what we got here. Nope, still needs to come up a little bit. So we get it close anyway, as far as like that. But so now we got that close. We'll go 5.7. Let's try 6. 6 is still too low. 5. A little bit better. Pretty good. Probably right about there. Okay, now we'll turn it. This way. Pretty good. And probably what I'll do in this case, I'll put the tow truck right behind it. Just line them up behind each other. That'll probably work. What we got going on here? Oh, thought I saw a hole right there. That's basically the transition of the stone and the asphalt there. Okay. Thought maybe I found a hole. I had to fix that. Nope. No hole. No hole. We're good. Alright, let's put... So what other things you got planned for this weekend there, Ladybuds, if you're still in the chat there? What other fun things you got? Now that the nieces are gone. Hopefully I've understood that right. I think you said the nieces were gone. Now we need the Century. So that's going to be Snake and Tow Truck. So we got Century. And then this one we put at 6.7. So we should be able to put this at 6.7. You got a babysit tomorrow. This show then? Nice. So, what do you got planned for today, though? Other than gracing with your presence over the stream here today. Any other plans? Or just chilling? It's always fun. It's always fun to chill, I guess, a little bit. Just chill out. So we want it 6.7 on this one. And we need to rotate it. Oh, you're farming and chill. Nice. I've got some things that I've checked out on the official mod hub for Farm Sim that, yeah, I definitely got that on my to-do list for today. I'll probably do that once the stream ends here this evening. But yeah, lots of really cool things came out on the official mod hub for Farm Sim that I want to check out. Some really cool stuff. I thought about actually streaming it, but I don't want my nerdiness to get the better of me as far as, because some of these things that do come out there, it's been a while since I've been on gone and looked through the official mod hub, because I always like to go right to the website. I don't usually check for new mods, I guess, right in the game, right in the sim itself. I like to go to the actual website and see what's the latest. I know you do have the ability of going right in the sim, as far as loading mods right through there, but you don't get as much available in there, in my opinion. So I like to go right to the website and check those out. And I kind of did that yesterday and saw that they had some really cool mods came out there. I got maybe about 2 dozen new mods I wanted to try out that look pretty cool, to include some global company items. So I'm really into, I get really nerdy, I guess, about the global companies, factories, as far as being able to put the different kinds of inputs into it and get a certain output, and being able to sell those pallets of output. Okay, so we got this set here now. So we're kind of adding a little bit more library to this deal. So we got some safety vehicles in here now. Got some here at pit exit in the infield, and then over here in the backstretch. We've added some TV cameras onto our stands that we've created in previous stream. So we got some here, we got some there, and we got put some on turn 1 stand over there. So yeah, that's pretty cool. Kind of adding some immersion factor to this strip. You sold your first trailer load of. Oh, you got that factory going now? Sweet. So you do have that. You guys have that installed on the server then? I know Alec hasn't been streaming, so I know he's been busy with work and all. So yeah, it's good that you guys are still working on the farm in his absence. Has he been getting on the farm at all there, Lady Buzz? Or has he just been crashing? 'Cause I know he's been working his butt off IRL, I guess, as far as. Alright, so I'm just looking around to see what I think we're getting into that point now, as far as adding some items like to this area of the infield, whether it be additional campers or what have you. So I think I'm probably going to do that just to kind of add to it in here. But the other thing I'm looking at doing is we're going to need some people, as far as some, and I want to make probably something similar to what James has got, and I want to get into the scripting for this here so it only shows during the race, because just to kind of show this too, I'm going to save this first while I'm at it. Let's go ahead and do that first. Let's save this. So to get into what James is talking about, scripting that, the people that populate here on the outside of 3 and 4, we only want those to show during the race and not the other sessions. Let me go ahead and save this as, and that's all I'm going to add. I already got a B to this, I'll just do a BB, because we're still going to be adding to that. Just been you and Con? Oh. Okay. Well, that's cool. That's kind of cool that you. What are you guys thinking of that that Mountain Dew factory? Have you been able to figure out, I guess, as far as where you can sell them, the pallets? Now, Racer James has still got his Mountain Dew cans, I guess, for Smart Alex stuff. Nice. That's good. Yeah, it shouldn't be too hard. But yeah, just thought I'd ask. I know it's not probably realistic, I guess, as far as to sell the pallets, I guess, to where you do. It'd probably be much more realistic, I guess, to be able to sell it to like the store, you know, like the store in town. I just haven't. I figured just to make it generic, you know, so you have someplace to something like that. And I've kind of shown this in some of my applications on the map that I'm building with the global companies installed. That's something I would probably consider, like, if that type of factory for the Mountain Dew factory, I would install that directly to the map and then have this custom sell point for it as well. That's my initial vision, I guess, for that, but just so you guys have something in to be able to use. Yeah. Cool. So Con's been showing you around there too. You've kind of been learning your way around the farm sim stuff. That's kind of cool. Con's kind of showing you too. Con's a good dude. Alright. Yeah, we all love Con. Alright, so now they got that saved. I want to confirm that that's saved. That's what I want to do. I always like to confirm before I do anything else. So that's saved. It's right here. Cool. So we've got an additional 3 PTFs so far, as far as everything we've done so far. Now, I want to add some more campers to kind of fill in this infield a little bit more. We only got this one camper group. This is just one group, and we've shown that's been done in a previous stream to make that a custom fit camper cog. So we want to add some more campers. Now, this is something else that's available. Oh, my playlist then. There we go. This is something else that have shown that we got these camper groups available. I've already shown that earlier, I guess, but I can kind of show it again. So I want to make everybody aware of what is available, I guess, for applying to your own track build. You so just decide to do that. So on Spline Design site, got these new camper groups, right? So these new camper groups include that camper cog that I showed there, even though this one that we've got applied to this track is custom fit, I guess, for the terrain of that infield of this track. So it's not exactly the same model. That's why it's been directly installed to the track. But there is this camper groups here, and it has different configurations of campers to include that camper cog, a line, a V, a curve, and so on and so forth. So feel free to download that. It's freely available. At this juncture, you only have to register to the website to be able to download that. But yeah, that's freely available. Feel free to apply, use that. I guess to apply that to your own track if you so choose. But that's pretty much what I'm going to probably try to apply there, is just get those smaller camper groups, I guess, applied to it. And I shouldn't have to do anything strange to modify it. I wouldn't say strange. I shouldn't have to do anything to modify it because it should be relatively level at this part. It was just in this grassy area, tend to be not quite so level, and that's just because of the way the topography of that infield object is made. So, and we'll find out once we apply these, actually. So what I want to do is actually get those new camper groups, and I can get those right from the shared folder. I should have those in here. These should be in here. I've used the same names on the as the original Papyrus models, only so that if you did want to directly replace the ones that are the original Papyrus models, you can do that. That's the way these are designed. They're designed in the same configuration as the same. They've just been the models themselves have been spruced up. So the camper curve, this should be the new model. So this is the new model with the new texture. This is one of them, and they do have the day to night, not day to night, but the day and night switch. So depending on if you apply it to a day track and or a night track, that texture will automatically switch. And again, that's been applied much the same way as the original Papyrus models were. So going right into this here, you don't use the original textures for these. So the fact that you see this camper curve, that it's not what is used on these new models. That's about the only thing that's different with these new models, is the fact that it does not use the original textures. So, and you can confirm that by opening these new models up here, and open that up with Notepad, and look this up by doing a search for MIP, and it'll clearly tell you that. So these use in this case campers D, which is the day texture, and a campers N, and that's all you need. So always get into the habit, especially when you're dealing with stuff like this in here. Like I said, I've kept the name of the original well, Papyrus used, I guess, for these camper models, so they can be directly replaced with the original models. It's just that they're obviously spruced up, like I said, but they do not use the same textures. Can't stress that enough. So in order to confirm which model that you're using, easily be able to open it up with Notepad and search for MIP and find out what textures go applied to it. So in this case, we need a campers N and a campers D. That's two texture files. which should be right above it here. So here we are right here. You'll say they shouldn't be too far away. So campers D and campers N. So I need all three of these to apply this curve if I want it. And that's what I want to do. I'm going to copy that and apply that directly to our track here. And I do have that already applied, that texture, because it's applied to the camper cog model. So it's telling me it's the same file. I'm going to go ahead and just replace it. It's the same file, but it's already being used. These two textures are already being used for the custom camper cog that we have in here, which is the one I've already shown here. So only thing we really did need is the camper curve 3DO. So now that we have that in there, we got all the files we need to apply that. We'll go ahead and add it. So we're going to put camper curve, probably a couple of these at least anyway. And then we'll probably put a camper line, a couple camper lines I guess beyond that. So we'll put a camper curve here. Let's load that up in here. It should be alphabetic. Camper curve. And there it is. That's a pretty big model. Okay. And it probably won't load right away. That seems to be the theme for a lot of our objects that we attempt to get loaded in here. So it probably won't show right away, which is perfectly fine. But I am going to raise this up on this. I can use this model as a guide. So this one we got at 7.589. I'm going to copy this over to this one that we're trying to add. And that should be pretty close, because since they're too close to each other. And it probably won't load, which it doesn't. So I still got the bounding box, but I don't have the actual object showing. So because this one is so big, I don't want to add anything more, so I want to get an idea of actually how much real estate that's taking. I might be able to add another one and or camper line. So what I'm going to do is save this so I can see how much actual room that's taking, and then go from there. Because that bounding box is, I'm not exactly sure if it might be pointed this way, I'm not sure, and it might be curved this way, I can't tell by that. So with that being said, I'm going to go ahead and save this as a new PTF, and I'm using that same PTF name. All I'm doing is just adding a different letter to the end of it. And the irony, and I guess, in the fact that I'm using C for camper, doesn't necessarily give me an idea of what's applied to that PTF. Alright, so now that that's saved, I'm going to confirm it's saved, which it did right here. Okay, so now I'll just do a new and reload that track. So I want fill ins BC right there. So I'll load that back up. Torch gave himself another shot and got nothing. I'm going to remind everybody in the chat too, it's like feel free to make sure your fluids are sufficient. You can always check your fluids, !fluids in the chat. And if you're finding they are a little bit too low, you can administer yourself a shot, !shot. You can also play !risk and !slots. Slots will cost you 10 units of fluid for each play. The risk can go either way. You can either lose fluids or gain fluids, but the shot, it's either nothing or something. And that doesn't cost you anything other than the shot is on a cooldown. You can't spam yourself a shot. So, just not getting a thing. Oh, you failed on the rib. Oh my goodness. Come on now, bot. And I do. If the bot does tend to be not so nice, you know, on a continuous basis, there, I will set him straight. So if he keeps doing it, it tends to be not too kind, I guess, to the viewers, to all those in chat that are trying to gain some fluids. I will make sure I'll set him straight. So, all right. So with that PTF confirmed as saved, we got it reloaded. So here's our camper curve, and you can get a better idea of how much room this is taking here. So I'll go back into Object Placement View, select that model, and now I can adjust it. I'm going to go ahead while I'm in this view. I'm going to adjust the yaw. I can see it here. And I am just going to go ahead and drag it this way. Now, this is probably all we'll be able to add, honestly, because it kind of takes up a lot of room, fills in a lot of space here. But I can necessarily put some people. We can create some peoples, I guess, to go around, you know, either this area, what have you. And that's probably something I'll go into for the stream here. So let's see how we look here height wise. Okay, we're too high and outside the fence here. Okay, let's see what we got. We might have to move it in so that's not clipping through the fence. And looks like we do got some terrain differences here too. Alright, I was hoping I wouldn't have to do that as far as to modify the model, but we might have to do that. We may just have to do that. Because it looks like it's lower on this end, higher on that end. Because it's basically even there, so it kind of slopes down, I guess, on the infield here. Okay, let's see. Let's adjust this, kind of see what we got here. We're going to need to move it back. Yeah, so what's really hard to see in this view is you can't see the fence because it's just a thin so I'm gonna put this as close to this camper cog as I can, like so. Oh, wait a minute, hold on. Let's see, risk shot. See, that shouldn't be on a cooldown for you, Lady Buzz, unless you used it not so long ago. So let's look in here. When is the last time you gave yourself a shot, Lady Buzz? Because that should only be like on a 5-minute cooldown. Did you already give yourself a shot? Because if you didn't give yourself a shot or whatever, that shouldn't be giving you a cooldown. That's only on a user level cooldown. You haven't? Okay. And the bot's being a turd. Yeah, that's only on a user level cooldown. At least it should be. I'm gonna check that. It's not on a global cooldown. See here. Commands. I'll fix that here for a second. So yeah. See, you haven't given yourself a shot, so that's behaving like it's on a global cooldown, which it should not be. So let's edit that. I'm gonna set this bot straight. Okay. Yeah, it's only set up on a user cooldown section. I don't know why that's doing a cooldown. Huh. Permissions, everyone. Yeah, that should only be on a user cooldown. I don't know why it's not letting me do it. Let's submit that. Goofy bot. Goofy bot. Okay, cancel. Oh, did you get it? Oh, you did get it. Cool. Yeah, because the other thing I was wondering if you typed it in wrong. But no, you typed it in right. Yeah, it worked that time. I don't know if that's because it... Yeah, because it was already set up to a user cooldown. It's, yeah, it's only a user cooldown. So, yeah, it shouldn't... If it was a global cooldown, yeah, it would... That's for anybody that would put in the shot. But at least it lets you... Did it give you some? 99. Woo. That's almost maximum. Maximum is 100. Maximum is 100 for a shot. So, yeah. Bot was nice to you. Yeah, for all the viewers that are out there in the chat there, bot has also displayed all the socials as far as to check out the Rock Nation Discord. I've got the tweeters and also the Spline Design Studios Facebook group page to get all the information as far as what's going on outside of stream, as well as I usually notify, I guess, on the Twitter and the Discord as far as when the stream is live as well. So just kind of, so whether or not you do have the notification bell turned on, I guess, for the channel. Those are other ways of being able to know that the stream is live and what's going on. Alright, so I move this in as close to the camper cog as I can. I'm probably going to have to... Let me see what we got here now. So the fact that this side is a little bit high, which tells me that terrain is low on this end. Yeah. Yeah, it's definitely higher on this side. So I might have to... I was hoping I wouldn't have to. I'll have to modify this camper group to accommodate, I guess, the way this terrain is for that. And that's not a big deal. We did much the same thing for our camper cog, and that's just adds to more of a customization, I guess, of this track. So I'll probably keep that place there at least, and we can start off because we're going to need to go in to do some modeling anyway to create some people objects, some 3D people objects for the infield. So yeah, this is something we'll have to modify this. So you will necessarily probably run into this too, like if you were to download those camper groups, because they are all set to level. If your terrain that you have in your infield is not level, you will probably run into this issue. So now I could probably sit here and finagle this object, but I already know what's probably going to be the result of it because I had the same deal, I guess, with the camper cog group. But I could probably mess with the pitch and all that. Maybe not so much the pitch, but maybe the roll. Set that back to 0. So if I pitch it this way, let's see here. I'm just looking to see if these tires here do clip into the ground, into the terrain, I guess. 6.5, 7.5. I'm just doing a little bit at a time just to see when it does. I might have to put it at 3. What? Hold on. -3. 5. Okay, now it's already clipping right there. So 4, 3, 2. Okay, so maybe about like that. Now, how does it look on the other end, though? It's probably sticking up in the air over here. Yep. So, probably what I'm going to have to do is just leave it level. I'll leave it in that position. I'll have to modify that object for our track to accommodate the terrain. Yeah, I think that's the way that's going to work. So, I may not even apply this camper group right away as it is. Let's turn that off. Yeah, what I'm going to have to do is open that camper curve model into 3ds Max, and I'll have to conform it to the terrain that we have for this track. We have that model, and then we'll have to design it that way. Now, it's much the same thing that we had to do with the camper cog. And I'll probably even go so far, once I have that loaded in here, I'll make a smaller camper curve to kind of fit in front of this one, so it'll fit between the fence line and still behind the stand. So I'll be able to kill 2 birds with 1 stone relatively. So I'll make 2 different camper curve groups, one for this to fit, and I might have to move this in a little bit so it's not so close to the fence. I think I might be clipping. Yeah, so I'll probably move that in. Yeah, so we can probably move this in so it's not so close to the fence and clipping into that. So yeah, we'll have to make some adjustments to that model anyway. Okay, so I'm going to leave this open. I've already got that PTF saved. I'll use that as a reference of what I need to adjust in Max, 3ds Max. So yeah, and I could do that too. So there's a couple of different ways I could go about it. I could just make this one, I could take like the 2 end ones off or make it half the size. That way I can piece them in here. Yeah, a couple of different ways I can do it. I can either just adjust this model itself. The main thing I'm going to have to adjust is just the heights. The fact that the heights aren't it's not level terrain in the infield, and that's what we dealt with, I guess, as far as doing the camper cog group here behind it. So, but I think that adds a lot of really a lot of character to build this track. It's not a flat infield. The fact that it's got some terrain to it, you know, some terrain change, I guess you could say. So yeah, let's go ahead. I'm going to leave this open like I said, and we're going to go into 3ds Max. Finally get into that. And I need to find, I think I already put that away. Okay, so I don't, what I need to do is I need to navigate to, yeah, let's go here. So I got to go into my archives here. So I got to go here, go to my mods. I already put that away, so I want to go back into here. In progress files, there we go. So I got all the stuff that we've applied to this track since the inception, since I started on it at least anyway. And I've got all this stuff here that I've built. So between the campers, the pit stall, TSDs, and the starter stand. So I got the campers here, so I want to use, let me see here. My first initial thought was just to go ahead and modify this camper cog to just have the same configuration as the camper curve. But what I might do, I've got the camper curve, that model, I've got that one as well. So I'll probably just go with that one. Okay, that's another folder I have. So, oh, I've got several different folders, don't get me wrong. So like this one here I've got just for this you know, this particular project. I have another folder which I'll have to go into that has the ones that are related to just the Pappy replacements, the Papyrus replacements. So I got to go into this folder and go into general, and then I have new infield camper groups, and they should be, yeah, so these are the ones that are done. These are the ones that are already released that I showed already on the Spline Design's website. These are all the ones that will get replaced. That's those groups. The 3DS files I have right here, which are these. So I need to go through this one here. So I'm going to take this camper curve. I'm still going to keep the name of it the same. It's just it's going to be customized, I guess, for this track build. So I'll be able to take camper curve. I'm going to move all these files over. Do I want the pass or the scene files? Let's see here. It's going to orient myself here. So I think I'll carry all this over. So I'll just do campers, and I'll have this 3DS. I'll just bring this over eventually. So for now, I'm just going to put this on the desktop until I'm done with it. But that's eventually where I'll put it once I'm done with it. So I'm going to take these files that I have here, this camper curve, and I'm going to copy all this. I don't need the pass files because that's related to the original orientation, so I don't need that. So I need the curve, the scene, and this script. I can still use that. Yeah, that's all I need. So I'll copy these to the desktop so we can work on them. Probably the other thing I need is a texture. Yeah, that's the other things I had. Got the two textures. Yep, so I need these two textures. That should be it. So I need the scene, the two textures, and the script. That's our people pit texture. I already made that TG for it. That, I should be able to get to that too. We'll probably make a custom. Yep. Cool. Yeah. Can you find things 3 years ago? Zip's entire hard drive. You're right. No, I've got. That's one thing I do pride myself in, is I do have things organized enough. It's like if it's something specific, what usually irritates me is when I can't find something I know I made. Sometimes I end up putting it somewhere that else that, you know. So I have a lot of different general 3D objects. I got a fence cone, bunch of different stuff in here. I've got a preemptive track dryer, which I never did get that working. That was another project I don't want to get into, but this is a jet dryer that I did a long time ago. In fact, the date on this is probably goes like 2010 or something like that. I'll have to look at it. But my idea behind this track dryer was to actually have it come out during a caution and actually do laps on the track. That just never panned out. But I have stuff like that, and it's usually the things that I really want to find or want to use. I can never find it. I got the pit jig in here. The raw files, I guess, I'll adjust that. The series flagger, I've got an ongoing project, I guess, for that to make a new animated series flagger. Still has, that's kind of dead in the water right now, but yeah, there's some cool, there's a lot of things that I've been working on that they just kind of get dead in the water because you can't figure out. See, I've got a Wayland modified wheel. This is something else that. So there's already a Goodyear tire. So like just to have modified wheels, I guess, in the garage area. There's this. It's not a very good model because it doesn't have like the basket in it. It's just got the inner. But that was something else. I snagged that out of the Wayland mod. So there's just little things like that. But yeah, I try to keep these as stuff organized as possible. I've got my Cat 128, I guess, for dirt tracks. Got all the raw files for that. There's a 3DO for that. So yeah, there's a grader, I guess, for dirt tracks. I've also got a bulldozer. I'm going off on a tangent here. No. So I got a bulldozer as well. And this could be applied to dirt tracks as well. That was the basic premise, I guess, for creating those, was dirt tracks. I don't do much in dirt tracks anymore for NR 2003, but here's the Goodyear tire. That's just the raw files. I do have that model. I think that's in my new stuff. I think I showed that earlier. So I got my miscellaneous stuff here. Yeah, here's the Goodyear tire. So the Goodyear tire, as far as the 3DO, is right here. And this is basically just to be able to apply these to the garage area or what have you. Yep. So going off on a tangent, and we could probably apply these little small things, I guess, in the track if we wanted to. But kind of staying on point, I guess, as far as what we're trying to do here. But there's plenty of things that we could probably. This is one particular type of barrel. Water barrels. Pretty simple. I think that's out of a dirt track, actually. I show the team flags, which are animated. I grabbed these. This was done by another member of the. I can't remember exactly who. I guess in the NR 2003 community, but they're kind of nice. This one's some barricades, like jersey barriers. Yeah. So you got some jersey barriers, stuff like that. So anyway, I've got what I needed for what I need to do here. So this is my working folder for the media towers. Okay. Yeah, so that's the media towers. We probably are done with the media towers. I had this open because I was showing off the pictures that I got for that as far as adjustments we had to make. So that's pretty much done. But I think we pretty much got everything that we need to modify this camper curve. We got the textures, the script, and in fact, I'm going to do some editing in this script here. So we want to do this. Reapply this date. This is, what do we got? We're on the first day of February. Man, this year is flying by already. Already a new month. Good grief. That was I was gonna say. You know, for Dover. What do you mean? Sorry, I just caught. Wait, what was it that you needed for Dover? That's what you were gonna say. As far as I'm assuming you guys were both talking about the same thing. So I'm just gonna do edit a couple lines, I guess, in this thing here. I'm gonna keep the name of the 3DO the same, so I don't need to change that. But I will need 2 different pass files, one for day and one for night. So that's good. I'm gonna do this for. So I think I'm gonna go back to my Wilkesboro build here. Let's see, new stuff. What did I do here? Do I got 2 of these open now? I think I do. Oh, okay, so this one's my 3D mesh items, and then this is my... Getting myself confused now. So 3DS. Yeah, this is what I wanted. So I wanted to see on this camper cog. Yeah, so I did do that. So I'm going to copy this. Yep, copy this so I know these are for Wilkesboro. Close that, and I want to put this into here. So I know this new, this particular camper curve is going to be designed for North Wilkesboro. So, got date and all that good stuff. Cool. Yeah, so everything else should be the same. So I'm going to save that. Save that. Oh, the cement barricades? Yeah. Yeah, and I have those in just a singular object as well. A very simple object. It's not incredibly that complicated, but I do have... I got a tire wall. I got some construction barricades. These are just things I was playing around with. So I got a construction barricade. Let's see. Styrofoam blocks. These were done more or less prior to the new method that we have for safer barrier. These are like the precursor, I guess, to those. So that's going way back. That's probably, what are these dated? 2007? Yeah. That's going way back as far as yep. So, and then we got our new application, I guess, for 3D Safer, of course. So this has got pretty much all that stuff in here. I got one with a bracket, just individual foams. Actually, this is a string. What did I do with those barricades again? Was that here? Crap, now I forgot where it was. I think that was in my new stuff, actually. Is that in here? Yeah, that was in here. So, miscellaneous. Yeah, so barricades. I got this deal here. I got it just in one. So this would just be a singular one. Yeah, so this is just one of those. So if you want to apply several of these, I guess, if you got a curve or something like that, yeah, you can do that. That's going back to, shoot, when I make those, 2006. Those are pretty ancient. Yep. Yeah, and just some other random stuff, like I got this. I think is based on the Papyrus helicopter. I just kind of purged that out of there so I could potentially use that. This is a pretty good model too for relatively low poly as well. That's what I thought was kind of cool. I spit that out on track build back in the day, I guess, as far as just to keep it available for adding that type of things to tracks. Got all the files for that. This one's, I don't know what the heck this one is. Flagger Garage. Doesn't have any textures to it. Don't know what that one's for. It was probably... I know it's been an ongoing thing, I guess, to potentially create a new animated flagger. So that, if anything, just to fix the problems that exist, I guess, with texturing the darn thing. Because the ones that are in the default Papyrus model, it tears the texture or whatever so that the logos and stuff don't line up. So that's been an ongoing project, I guess, as far as to potentially create a new flagger object. Yeah. Anyway, so getting back into this, we got all the files that we need to kind of got off topic there a little bit. Torch giving himself another shot. So I'm going to open up this model. Now this should be a Max 14 model. I don't have it. I usually will tag, excuse me, I'll tag this in the name of it. But most of these camper groups, I've created these in Max 14. So I'll just open those with that. Must have been an wait a minute. Alcoholic office party. Yeah, that flagger was mapped. I don't know. I mean, I can only imagine what challenges that the developing team on Papyrus must have had to create such a dynamic, animated 3DO in comparison. I mean, it's got a lot going on to it, as we've been able to see, I guess, with the original model of that. There's a lot going on with it. So it had to have been challenging. So whether or not it was necessarily just, like you mentioned, James, or if it was just that challenging for them, I guess, at that time to create what they have. So I think what they probably got to the point, I can only imagine, with the technologies that were available, they probably got it to the point where they got it working to where it actually looks like the dude was waving and all that stuff, and said that didn't even bother to worry about how it was textured, as far as the texture tearing. And that's fair. That's, I can see that. But I don't discount the fact that they probably at least tried to make it to where it wasn't doing that. They probably prioritized whether or not to have something that looked fluid and more organic, that, as far as a flagger actually waving a flag, as opposed to ensuring, I guess, that the texture was actually lined up. I guess that's kind of the way I look at it. Probably a lot of challenges in that time. You can only imagine what was going on in the dev team, I guess, at the time when they were doing those types of things. So what I want to do is bring up Max, 3ds Max. Let's load that up. Default character mapping. Yeah, I don't know what process they necessarily used, but yeah, they probably used the same model for both the animated pit crews as well as the flagger, or vice versa, because we do see a lot of that tearing and what have you, I guess, in the animated pit crews as well. So we kind of got an idea of what we would have to do to create a new model, and it does involve keyframes, and I've shown that in previous streams. We had the stream a while back, I guess, with Cosmin from Splash and Go Graphics, and we kind of toyed around, I guess, with that whole idea, I guess, of creating it. So it is possible to create the animation for the model, but the struggle, I guess, at this point really was to get the textures to switch out based on which state it was in. So be it either a caution or green flag or checkered, that was the one thing that we were kind of stuck on as far as being able to get those. And it's been figured out by other members in the Enter 2003 community. So it is possible. It is totally feasible, I guess, to be able to do it. It's just getting it all finalized, I guess, to make it more of a generic. Because a lot of the new models that are out there are kind of track specific. So they function, I guess, in conjunction with a particular track, say, for example. So it's not made generic enough to be able to apply it to another track without changing, I guess, the dynamic of it. you know, as far as how it waves or how, you know, what spawns or whatever during a caution and all this kind of stuff. So it is totally possible though, for sure. So we want to open this scene. Let's find that scene on my desktop. As you can see, I've cleaned up the desktop quite a bit. So there's not nearly as much junk on there. So I've been a little bit busy. I keep getting this gamma thing and it bugs the crap out of me. I don't know why, because I've saved this over and over again. So I'm just gonna leave it that way. So this is yeah, this has got our donor models and all that stuff. You remember going all the way back when we created our camper cog. This is set up much the same way. So this is the camper group itself, as far as its orientation, and these are just the donor models. Yeah, we definitely don't necessarily need all we want to do is be able to modify this piece here. So whether or not we just half it up, we can probably just put it in half, and then that would make it a little bit easier to be able to position those in our own track. You know, as far as to customize those within the North Worksboro track, we could do that. That might be the approach I'll take with this one. For now, what I do want to do is take out these donor models. We don't need them. So this is just my starter scene, I guess, for that. This is the I don't want to change the orientation of this, right? So if I do chunk these out, say for example, I will chunk these out. So like if I wanted to split these up, for example, I would go like this. Let's see here. So this is all one piece. This is all one piece. And it is an editable poly. So what I would do is I would go into Polygon and probably do one of these numbers. Make sure I get all the polys on this and just split it in half. Alright. But I want to keep that orientation. So I would basically end up creating two separate 3DOs as opposed to just one out of this orientation. Okay, so I'm just making sure I get all these polys selected. Nope, so I can miss some here. So I'm going to switch this over to paint. I'm going to do this. And go like that. Just kind of paint all those polys in. So I want to split this basically in half. This way I'll have a little bit more versatility, maneuverability of that model in our Wilkesboro track. Okay, so I'm going to basically detach that as an object. So now that's two pieces. So now what I can do, I want to do, let's see, rename this one the Camper Curve 1. Yeah, do that. And that should still comply with our naming conventions for that. Let's see, that's got, let's see. Actually, I think it does give it one more letter, but that's okay. We can always change it back once we do our pass files. And I'll do this one as, let's copy this actually here. Go into this one. Paste. And that still has an editable poly, so that's cool. I don't really need to do anything else to the model itself other than to adjust the individual heights, I guess you could say. And it may necessarily correct itself. If I split this up here, I might be able to have more control over it. I shouldn't necessarily have to adjust each camper, say for example, for heights. I might be able to split it in the middle, literally, like I did there, and it'll give me a little bit more freedom to be able to move one up or down as opposed to this entire long object. So we're going to try it this way and see how that works. If that doesn't work to our benefit, doing it this way, then we can necessarily look into other options to modify these even further. But for now, I guess we'll go this direction. So I'm going to name this one Camper Curve 2. Since we got the two objects now. And then from here, two things I want to do at this point is, let me see. Now I'm probably going to resave this as a new scene. And this is going to be totally separate from my original that I'm getting this from. Yeah, so my original ones that I had here, it won't touch this one. 3DS shared. So yeah, I'll still have this one available to me. This is going to be specific to the North Wilkesboro build. And that's why I put that on the desktop here, so I can work with this one. Once I get it done, I'll be able to put that on my Wilkesboro files. North Wilkesboro files, yeah. Okay, so yeah, like I was saying, what I want to do here is I want to center these. So this one I want to center them on each of these models. So I want to go to Effect Pivot Only, and I want to center it. So that's centered on that one. Go to this one and center it on this one. Since these are basically two separate models now. And then I'll save this as a scene, a new scene. So I'll do File, Save As, Camper Curve, and I'm putting that right on my desktop. Save that. So this will be my starting scene for this. So this is what I'll be able to revert back to if I need to make changes as need be to this. Alright, so you're getting robbed of fluids tonight. Is he still not? Is the bot still being a turd? So you did the risk and the slots. That dang bot anyway. Here. Alright, we're going to set this bot straight. I don't know why it keeps putting it over there, but it's... And it's such a straight bot. You're not going to play nice. I'm going to show you how you're supposed to be nice. Okay, so we're going to do bot. Give me a minute, folks. I got to put him in a corner, and I got to teach him a lesson. I got to teach him a lesson here. Give me a minute. Okay, Torch, he wants to apologize now. So this is a way to apologize. See, bot? That's how you're supposed to be. Stop being a turd. Good boy. Alright. Alright, so, yeah. If he continues to do that, I'll make sure I crack him on the rear end. Think James broke it? He might have with the slots. With that slots win, he might have. Bot says, I don't have any more, so you don't get any more. Well, guess what? I gave him a crack on the behind. It's like don't be being a turd like that. All right, so just checking the social medias here. I'm gonna check, make sure everything is going good. So far, so good. While I'm at it. Cool. All right. So anyway, what I've shown here so far is splitting this model up into two pieces, so we have more versatility in there. Whether or not I want to modify this one to kind of close the gap in here, I can do that too. In fact, I might just go ahead and do that. I think I will just go ahead and do that. This is already going to be way modified, I guess, as far as the original model that replaces the original Pappy one. So let's go ahead and do this. So what I'll do here even further is, let me switch this out back to this drag select like that. Make sure I got all those polys. Good. And then what I can do is detach that. And that's going to change that orientation of the center, but that's fine. I'll be able to reapply it. Detach that. I'll just put it as an object. Now I can select this object, center that, and I don't even really need to center it, I guess, but I'll go ahead and do it anyway. It's kind of a habit. Center it on that, so I know that's all I'm moving, and then I'm going to drag this over like so. I'm not changing the height of it, it's still at 0. I'm only dragging it on the X and Y. I just want to close this gap up a little bit. Okay, so just like that. So now it'll still relatively be in two different pieces. I'm going to collapse these together. So I'm going to take this one, and this one and recollapse it. So we'll go to collapse, collapse selected. And then since we're not doing any modifications to the model, we shouldn't really need to mess with the X-form or anything like that. I know I've shown that before in previous streams. The one main thing I do want to apply is to affect this pivot. Just recenter the pivot to make it respond, I guess, just like so. Because we're not really doing anything else to the model other than what we just did, and you don't have to mess with the X form. It should be okay. So I'm going to resave this scene. So now I've adjusted those two on the end there to kind of close that gap. Yeah, go ahead and save this scene once again on the desktop. Now what I can do is, oh, I know what I forgot to do. I want to rename this to Camper Curve 1. So let me just do this. I'll copy this. That's what I forgot to do. Got ahead of myself. Paste that. And I'm going to name this Camper Curve 1. Like so. James, yeah. Are we making fun of James? I guess for him emptying out all the fluids, I guess, from the bot. All right, so I just reapplying this as Camper Curve 1, like so. Now I'll resave that. All right, so with that done, now I'm going to delete this one and only keep the Camper Curve 1. So you kind of get the idea of what's happening here. So I'll be able to export this out as a 3DS, and I'll put that right to the we're glad he's, yeah, I mean, that's a very rare occasion on the slots. I guess they actually get that, very rare. So yeah, I'm going to save this as a 3DS, and I want to name this as Camper Curve 1. So I should be able to actually paste this in here, Camper Curve, and just change this to 1. And save that as a 3DS, because we need to import that into our 3ds Max 5, in my case. So save that, save the coordinates, and it still complies with the texture naming and all that stuff does comply. So it didn't give me that warning for this, it's going to rename. So we got that. Yep, that updated scene, and then here's our new 3DS for that. Okay. Then I'll be able to do Control Z, bring everything back, and now I can delete Camper Curve 1 and keep Camper Curve 2. Now export that out as a 3DS. Paste. I can keep that Camper Curve 2. Yes. And now I'll have that 3DS. So now I'll be able to load this one up into our Max 5 to make our new pass file based on what we have in our Camper Curve here. So we've got this is for specifically for North Wilkesboro. I'll probably have to do actually two separate scripts now, because I'll have two models. I'll have a Camper Curve 1 and a Camper Curve 2, right? So I'll have to rename this. I'm gonna close this back up here. So I'm gonna name this one Camper Curve 1. Okay, and then I'll copy it, paste that, and rename this to Camper Curve 2. Just like that. And the only reason why I need the two separate ones is I'm going to have two separate 3DO names. So one's going to be Camper Curve 1 3DO, one's going to be Camper Curve 2 3DO, and that's the next thing I'll have to adjust in the script here. So this one I want this 3DO to be Camper underscore Curve 1. Okay. Everything else should remain the same. The pass files, let me see here. I think I'll modify those too as well, so they'll be all separate. So this will be Camper Curve, this will be the day. with the day texture apply. So camper curve 1D, camper curve 1N. So that's what I'll have to name my pass files when I get to that step. Okay, so that's for the camper curve 1. So save that. And a camper curve 2, I'll do the same thing. So we'll do camper curve 2D, camper curve 2N, and I want to save this 3DO. The output I want it to be camper underscore curve 2. Like so. So I'll save that one. That's just the precursor, I guess, you know, just the preliminary stuff that you would do. I could do that after I produce that, but I'll just kind of like the method of my madness is first set those up right away so I know what's going on. So I will need to create those pass files that I have in this script now that I've put in there. I need two pass files per each model, one for day, one for night. One is camper curve 1, one is camper curve 2. So basically 4 pass files I'm going to need between the two models now. Okay, so now what we need to do is we've already got the scene saved, so I'm going to get out of this. We've got everything we need from here. Close that out. And we're going to open up Max 5 so we can load them 3DSs up into there and export our pass file. Oh, you won nothing on that one. That's a nice emote combo there. Got the hand on this one. That's a different one. Okay, so let's get Max 5 loaded up here. I always get that warning for the plugins. And that's for the Pappy plugins. And that's all it is I've got it installed. And that's what's kind of funky, I guess, with the plugins, is because if you don't have it in the 2 locations as far as your standard plugins and your plugins folder, if you don't have it in one or the other, it will say it can't find it or it won't load or what have you. So I always just make it a point, I guess, just to put them in both locations, but it'll throw that warning. So go figure. I guess it's just the character, I guess, of 3ds Max. It's like, well, you got 2 different instances, I guess, of this plugin, but if you take it out of one or the other, it doesn't want to load the plugin. So I just keep it in both. So I'll just deal with the warning that comes up. So I'm going to import these 3ds files. So we got to navigate to those 2 pass files, or 3ds files, I'm sorry. So we'll do the camper curve 1 first, and I want to completely, yep, so I do that, so that loads. Go into the material editor, and this is where the textures come into play. That's why I needed the textures for it. I need to go to diffuse and apply a texture. Navigate, get those right on the desktop. This is why I'm glad I cleaned up the desktop a little bit. Alright, so I got that. I'm going to need another sphere for the night texture, because it does have that switch in there. It will have that switch in there for the day and or night. So I need the camper N. So now I got those 2 textures defined there. So the first one I want to do the day one. Apply it to it. Make sure that's always applied before, prior to pass export, because if you don't, you will get just a generic texture and it won't show. Your texture won't show. Alright, so the name of the shape is what I want it. Texture is applied. That's all I need. So I'll just export this out as a pass. Right to the desktop. And I'm going to go ahead and do this. But I'm going to select pass. So I know that basically it'll populate the name that I want it, but it's only as a pass file instead. Oh, you bugger. And sometimes it'll do this too, because it's the same name, so it's wanting the same 3ds, so I don't want that. So what I'll have to do is probably physically type it in here, and 3ds Max is a bugger that way sometimes, so I'm just going to go ahead and type it in. But actually I got to make sure it's on the desktop. So it's mainly because I just copied that same name as the 3DS, so it's still got it cached into 3ds Max as far as the export as the 3DS. But that's what you want to pay attention as far as what is it telling you. That happens. Okay, so what I can do here is just manually type it in instead of copying it in there. And I want that as camper curve 1. But just make sure it's a pass. There, now it should be fine. So the fact that I manually typed it in there is what allowed me to create it as a pass file. And it's a pass file because it has that extension. Alright, so I'm going to put this here for now. Now I need to do a camper. Oh, you know what? And I named it wrong. My bad. I gotta have 2 pass files. I already said that, so I already made a boo-boo. So what I can do on this one's the day. So I can refer to my script. So the day one needs to be called camper curve 1D. So all I need to do is add a D to this, which I can do right here. I don't need to re-export it from Max. So camper curve 1, capital D. So there's that one. So that's the day one. Now I got to do a night one. Apply that texture. You see how that changed? Alright, so we'll keep that. Export this one out. So this one I'm going to go ahead, and because I need to change it to an N, this will allow me to save that as a pass file as opposed to copying it like I showed before. I basically wanted to show that because you might run into that as far as if you want to use the same name. What a lot of times what you can do is you can just start typing the name of it, and if you've got it in the same directory, it'll at least show you, I guess, what you've got the 3DS name. So if you want to keep it all the same name, you can just type it in as you see it there and just make sure that you have the right extension. Okay, so in fact, let me do this. I wonder why that didn't, really? Wonder why so my stream tools aren't working like I wanted it to, so it doesn't even let me clip that. Why is that? That's dumb. If somebody could do me a favor and type in !clip in the chat, I'd appreciate it. Because it's not letting me add a stream marker to that. I wanted to add a stream marker to that spot. Yeah, I don't know why that is, but anyway. Appreciate that, Torch. Yeah, we do have at our disposal to be able to add a stream marker at any given point there, but the fact that it's, whatever reason, doesn't want to work on my side. That's why I've kind of got that in there. And that's for anybody that necessarily finds something of interest. What that does is it'll actually add a timestamp to the VOD once the stream is over, as far as to be able to create a potential clip or what have you of it. So that's what that does. So the bot's letting you know that that timestamp's been saved. Appreciate that very much. And that's for use of anybody in the chat. Anybody can apply that. Okay, so that's done. So now I have the 2 pass files that I need for the camper curve 1, camper curve 1D and camper curve 1N. Okay, so now I got to do the camper curve 2, so I got to load that 3DS. Now, I've shown this before too. I don't want to. I want to maintain these textures, right? I don't want to lose any of this, what I got set in here as far as the textures go. So because I want to bring in that new model as far as the camper curve 2, all I need to do, I'm going to delete this, and then when I do the import, right, it's gonna tell me, and like I said, I've shown this before. I'm gonna go ahead and import this. What I want to do is merge and not completely replace, so that way it'll still maintain what I've got in my material editor. And I have shown this before too, but this is a good way to do that. So if anybody doesn't necessarily want to clip that as well, exclamation point clip in the chat. That's a really good review, I guess, as far as when you're working in 3ds Max. No matter if it's Max 5, any version of Max, if you want to maintain as far as your perspective, the way you've got everything set in there, you only want to change which model that you're working with. Instead of using the replace feature and the radio button, just do a remerge with current scene. And what that'll do is it'll bring in the new model, but you still have everything else in there as far as, you know, your viewport and your material editor and all that stuff. So anything you have loaded in there will still be there. So instead of completely resetting the scene, I guess, anyway. Okay, so now that I got that model in here, so now I need to apply the texture. So I needed to make my day one. So apply the texture, like so. Now I need to spit that out. So now I'll kind of show it without copying the name of, it's going to show, I can do this one of two ways. I can either, it's already on a pass, and again, this is what's always maintained by not completely replacing the scene. By doing it the way I just did it, all this will still be maintained, so it doesn't reset the entire Max application to start completely over again. You'll still have all this populated. So anything you have copied on the clipboard, anything that you've previously saved extensions wise will still be there. So what I can do here, because I need to make a day one, the only thing I need to change on this file name is change the 1 to a 2. So I can just select it in here like this. It just kind of saves you a little bit of time as far as typing and stuff like that, to be a little bit more efficient. So I can spit that one out. So I'll now have camper curve 2. Whoops. Day 1. Now I need to make a night one. Okay, so now I'll go like this. Apply the night texture. Export that out. And I'll select this one here. And all I need to do is change the 1 to a 2 on this one. So I'm still maintaining the one for camper curve 2, or 1 I should say, but I'm just making a new one based on that other file name. So that way I know I'm staying consistent on my file names. So now I got all my camper curve 1 items, camper curve 2, and I got my 4 pass files as I said I needed. That coincide with my script. So now I can apply that to, and I'm gonna go ahead and just use this folder. I don't need this one anymore, so I'll just go into where I got, whoops, wrong directory. So I gotta go to my program files, in this case sandbox, and this will probably most definitely be different for everybody. I tend to put my sandbox as well as my make 3DO utility in my program files. So I need to copy all these pass files, the textures, and the 2 scripts into that directory. Okay. So that's all the files I'm going to need to create these 3DOs. Okay, so now what I need to do is I'll bring up a command prompt. So I'll do CMD. Bring that up like so. And then I've shown this before too, and kind of almost by mistake, the fact that you can copy directly from your address bar, less your drive. You don't need the drive when you do a change directory for this in this case. So I'm going to copy everything from the right of the C, the drive, and I can paste that right into the command prompt. So paste that in there, but in front of this I want to add change directory. Now I might have got ahead of myself here actually now that I said that, because I need to do this change directory first. Let's see if this will work. It probably won't. Okay, it does. Cool. So that kind of saves you a little bit of time as far as typing when you've got it in the same location as I do. You can copy the address bar. Let me see if that works actually as far as. No, still not doing it. See, it might have been because I had those drop frames earlier too, that my stream marker function on my dashboard is not working, which sucks. but that's okay. So I'm going to go ahead. I'm going to see if I can do this myself here. So I'm kind of curious. So I'm actually going to clip into that. Okay, so that's a timestamp there too. Sweet. So again, just reminding any and all in the chat that you can necessarily use that clip function. It's really nothing more, like I said, as it states in chat, it's just a timestamp on the VOD once the VOD is produced at the end of the stream, and it creates a highlight, I guess, of the stream as far as whether or not that's, you know, important information, if you will. You can wait. What do you mean by that, James? You can go straight to CD. Yeah, you can, and I just kind of proved that. I wasn't. Sometimes, at least from what I remember, anyway, you had to do the change directory first to get it to the root of your drive to where it's applied. For you, I know the way you've got it. You can definitely do that because I think you've got that right in your root of your C, so that wouldn't matter. But yeah, just the way I've just shown here, I didn't do have to do the change directory first and then the directory. I just did this the one time and it went right there. So yeah, that's kind of why I wanted to clip that part, because that's yeah. And in most cases you do. Most cases you do, but apparently in this case I do not. So that kind of proved it right there. That was firsthand knowledge there. So now that I'm in that directory, what I can do now is call the program, make 3DO, and in this case, we've got two separate scripts that we need to, and we're using scripts, so that's another fair point. So we got to use a -s for script. So we're telling the make 3DO utility that you're looking for a script, so you're looking for that PSG extension. Basically, that's what you're telling it. And in this case, we want to do, I'm going to type it in, cmpr _ curve. And just as I've shown you, you could literally copy the name of that file if you wanted to and paste it in there. So more than one way you can do it. I'm just kind of in hold your hand mode. I'm not trying to make it to where it's kind of better to understand actually what's going on here. But if you have difficulty as far as having fat fingers or whatever like that, that happens. It does behoove you, I guess, to want to use copy, and I'll show that on the next, on the other camper curve model. Oh, it's being stingy again. I see. So you're doing the slots. Shot still on cooldown. Oh. You weren't very good on this shot either there that time either there, huh? The bot's not learning its lesson. Might have to teach another lesson. So in any case, now that we've got, we're pointing to that camper curve. I've manually typed it in. I don't have any other parameters to this, so I can just do an enter, and then I'll spit that 3DO out. Okay. Now what I can do, and I can do the F8 for sure, as far as to just bring that back to that whole last line that I typed. But what I'm going to do is kind of show how you can take, I'll type this in at least anyway, make 3DO. That's just calling the application itself. I'll do the -s. Now, as far as the actual file name, you can do much the same thing as you just did with the address bar. So I can go into the file name. I'm going to go like this into properties, copy this, like so, and go into the command prompt, and then I can do a paste. So that's got the name of the file. Now all I have to do is just add an extension. So that saves you a little bit of typing. You know, so if you do have a problem as far as with fat fingers or whatever like that, or as far as, you know, just constantly typing it wrong, and I kind of looked into this a little bit prior to, because I know I've struggled before as far as typing in the proper, you know, the proper text or whatever into the command prompt. You can copy and paste into it. So that's kind of what I wanted to show there. Alright, so that was it. So we don't have any other parameters, the same thing, only just camper curve 2. So now I have those two 3DOs produced. So I can open this up in 3D SimEd. So there's that model. Okay. And what will probably present itself is the fact that I did not zero out, and I could have probably done that. It's probably not that big of a deal, but I'm already noticing I didn't zero out the model itself prior to the export. Probably not a big deal. I could probably go ahead and fix that actually. I may not even bother with it. That should probably be fine. But that's something I do notice there. What I did zero it out and centered the actual, but I did not center or zero out the coordinates as far as, and I should have done that. That's why it's putting it here. So this is 0. The fact that the actual model itself is outside of 0. So that much we can confirm on that. So okay, it's camper curve 2. Yeah, I don't think that'll be too much of that big of a deal. So as far as the fact that the actual pivot for this is not going to be centered on the model itself, that should be okay. I'm not going to worry about that too much. Really, what's going to happen is when you try to, if you were to put this at 0, 0, 0, I guess in Sandbox, that pivot, you know, is not going to be exactly where you would expect it at all. You can fix. I'm half tempted to fix that actually, because that kind of bugs me. It's kind of, I might have got ahead of myself a little bit there, because it's such a small object, I suppose too. Bigger objects, you wouldn't necessarily want to do that for sure, as far as to recenter that and set the coordinates as far as your X, Y, and Z to 0, just to make sure that it's completely centered. Okay, so now we got our two new camper models, and we're using the same textures we've already got in the track as far as our day and night. So all we need is to, I'm going to cut these out here, and firstly going to put those two, whoops, I got to close this properties. Okay, I'm going to minimize that. These are right on the desktop. I didn't create a folder for this, and I probably should have, but I kind of wanted to show, you know, everything that's going on here. So even though we're using this original camper curve, this is all going to be related precisely and particularly to the Northworks World build only. And that's what I'll end up putting this stuff in with the Wilkesboro files once I'm through. So that'll end up going into this folder right here once I'm done. This is all my other camper models for the camper cog in particular, I guess, for Wilkesboro. Okay, so now that we have these two, I'm going to copy these two. You know, kind of get going off on tangents, and I don't want to do that. So now we're going to get these directly applied to the track. So these are our new models. Put those right in our track edit directory. Okay, now we can go into our track. And I already have this loaded in here as such. So what I'm going to have to do is I'm just going to close this session of Sandbox out, because I want the new models to load. Right? I've got this camper curve, which I don't want. I'm not going to use that. So I can leave this open. In fact, maybe I'll go ahead, now that I kind of talked myself into it. I'm going to keep this session open. This is its own object, right? That's the original camper curve, which we have directly installed to the track, along with its associated files, right? So what I should be able to do here, without even resetting the Sandbox session, is I can load those new models in here. So I'm right click, and it should already be populated in here. So as long as all the files that are needed to open that model are in here, it should be fine. So here's camper curve 1 and 2, right? So I should be able to load that. Now they probably won't be visible. That's probably going to be the only difference. So the fact that I've got a lot of objects going on here, I've already tried to click it once and it didn't select it. So I'm not going to keep clicking on there and worry about moving around something that I don't want to move. So I'm going to go into the properties of it. Wait, do I still got this open? I do. Okay. Close that. Don't need that open anymore. So, go into the properties of this. And that's on the infield right now. So I need camper curve 1. Go through the list here. And let's go search for them. Should be camper curve 1. So there it is. So it's right over here on the track. So this is what I was talking about as far as it not being 100% centered. Even though I right clicked right here, it should have put it right here because of that pivot. It's not going to be where you expect it, I guess. So because when you usually right click, it'll put it relatively in that spot, right? But it was kind of off set to that. So, and it probably won't show right away in this case. So that's fine. So we're going to the properties of this one. I just want to copy out the height. And now that we know where that is, it's right here. Yep, I'm going to set this to fixed. Apply that height. And it's probably not going to show. And I'm going to get the camper curve 2, I guess, applied as well. And I'm going to save this as a new PTF. I'm going to delete this one and then resave it. Okay. So let's go camper curve 2 in the list. So one of 2 ways, I guess what I was alluding to, I guess in this case, I could necessarily close Sandbox, not save this as far as the changes I made here, it won't matter, and basically reload it with the previous save that I did for this one when this original camper curve wasn't showing. Delete that out, bring in the new camper curve models, the camper curve 1 and 2, and then go that way. So that's another way you could go about it as well. I'm taking the approach of staying in the same Sandbox session. We're still going to save it as a new PTF, either way. It doesn't matter which way you do it. So I want to go into my properties and get the camper curve 2, which is right here. Okay. So I'm going to leave it just right here. And I'm going to apply that same height, set it to fixed. Paste that in there, and now I'll go ahead and save this one as a new PTF. So we'll do. Now at this point, what I could do, and it probably won't matter too much, but something to think about. The fact that I'm dealing with relatively the same camper groups as far as the adjustment of that, it's not just in general, I guess, fill-in items as I've got the PTF named. I can probably either rename the PTF so I know what's going on with it as far as to replace and or modify a camper model at this point. So I'm going to probably rename this PTF to do, I'm going to do add new camper curve model. That way I know what's going on with this particular PTF. So it's not just the fill-ins. Now I can always go back to one of the previous names, the fill-in stuff. So if I got more fill-in stuff that are beyond what I'm doing right here, I can still go back to that as far as to use that name and just keep tagging on, I guess, a different letter to the end of it. I just want to isolate this PTF, what I'm doing on this PTF, so I know what's going on with it specifically, right? And you could either do it that way or just apply a different name at the end of the C. Like I can put, just make this a CMPR, for example. Okay, so that's one way you could do it as well. So if I went like this and just do CMPR or camper curve or something like that, something to in the name of the PTF that tells you, say, to isolate as far as like what exactly did I do in this PTF. Because you can make this the name of this PTF as long as you want. You can, not to write a novel, but I mean just as far as to make it more clear as far as what's went on under that PTF anyway. And I've kind of stressed that and explained that, I guess, several times. You kind of use the name of the PTF to your advantage as far as when you're saving your track, as far as what's going on with it, as opposed to just making it very I want to say naive, but I mean just make it too not so clear. Let's just put it that way. So I can do it one of two ways. I think at this point I'll probably just leave it like that. I'll just do camper. So I'll still have this new PTF and I'll still have the C. So when I apply the initial camper curve, but I'll also have this one. So I'll have an idea of what's going on. Just to kind of highlight that PTF. So I should confirm that that's saved. Hopefully that makes a little bit of sense as far as like using the name of the PTF and how you're naming your PTF to your advantage as far as what's going on with it. So no matter if you're doing what I'm doing here, or if you're trying to create a specific PTF that you want to make a DAE of the track to bring in a 3ds Max, name the PTF, I guess, in such a fashion that you know that's what it involves. Alright, so now that we got this, we confirm this saved. Now we can go ahead and do a new. Yep, let's go into new. Come on. And then reload that PTF. Let's stretch this out a little bit. So yeah, we want that PTF. Let's give that a chance to load. And now we should have those two new camper curve models loaded in. Now what I can do here, and I could have done that before I saved it. Either way, it doesn't matter. At this point, I want to get rid of this camper curve. I don't want that one. And making a note that now that I'm not using that camper curve model and I still have that installed directly to the track, I don't need that one. So this camper curve can go bye-bye. I can purge that out. So I'm going to go ahead and delete it out. This one we don't need. Now that one's based on the original shared thing. So I'm not worried about not having that, be able to reference that one again. That's based on what was in the shared, and that was copied directly into the track. So the fact that I'm not using it, I probably won't use it. I'm just going to purge it out. So that's something else that's necessarily important as you're adding stuff to the track. If you're finding stuff that you're not keeping yourself disciplined, as far as like if you're getting to the point, it's like, well, okay, I'm removing this object. If you've physically removed it from the track itself via the PTF, take it out of your track as well, and especially if you're not considering to use it again, just like I am in this case, because I know I won't use that camper curve anywhere in here because it doesn't conform, I guess, to where we would need it. Either inside, maybe outside the track, but probably not. So in this case, I would just completely purge it. That's just keeping your track folder clean and removing, I guess, any I don't want to say erroneous items, but just items that aren't in use. There's no sense in keeping stuff in here that's not directly applied to the PTF, is it anyway? Alright. Nope. Well, hammering on, I guess, is too much more. So now we got these two separate models. Alright. So now we can put these where we want. So this should be the camper curve 1. Yep. And I've already got that applied as fixed and all that good stuff. So now this should be a little bit easier for us to fill this area in. So we'll see how much better this works. So let's navigate over to here. Okay, so we wanna put the camper curve over on this side. Yeah, let's put it over here. So I'm gonna drag it over here. Like so. Yeah, this works so far a lot better. But let's see how it actually sits on the infield here. Yep, so that's one thing we can't see in the top view is this fence. So we at least need to move it away this way. I'm going to get as close to the camper cog as I can. So I'll go like this. And I am using this method here because I can kind of visualize, so now I can see that's far enough away from the... now from here I can probably adjust the... So I am finding myself going back and forth between that top-down view and sandbox and then just the camera view and using the properties. I know I was stressing that, I guess there's either to use this one as opposed to going back and forth. Alright, so I'm going to change this. Now, I know the directions here as I've shown earlier in the stream, as far as this is X this way, this is Y this way. So I'm going to need to move probably both directions. So at first I'll try the Y. Let's move our Y. See, that moves it closer. Let's do 2. That's too much. Let's try 5. Now I need to move the X. And that's going to be that way. So I want to do point. What was that originally? Crap. I didn't observe what that was previously. Son of a gun. Was that 125? Yeah. So 125. So I need a 125.5. Okay, so we're just going to move this up in small increments until it's clear of the camper cog. So 8. So what I have to do actually probably like a 126. 127.5. Okay, maybe a 128. Let's try that. That's not too bad right there. I don't mind that position. So let's do this. And let's move the X a little more. Yep, a little more. Try to go 129 and let's try 130. That's actually pretty good. I like how that's kind of nestled in there, so it's got some room in between the stand and the fence, and as well as this camper cog. So it's not like right on top of it. That kind of fits in there pretty nice. Now, what did I get the height at? Let's see, got to adjust that at all. Where's our height at? So the height right now is at this. Let's bring it down. So we can already see it's clipping here. So I might have to roll this a little bit. Maybe not much. Oh, maybe not roll it, but pitch it. Probably pitch it. Let's see here. That's not really looking like a... So you can see the back tire still up out on the ground, but it's already clipping here. Let's see. This is the only bad thing, I guess, about having a customized infield like this, because now you can see how much different there is on the front as there is in the back. And it's just a matter of fine-tuning it to get that proper amount of pitch in or roll. So that's at a 2. So that means the other end, let me see. Let me see where we're at here on this end. Okay, so this, let me bring down the height a little bit. Yeah, it's definitely not even in the infield here. Let's do a 6.8. 6.7. 6.5. Okay, so those are clipping evenly right there. The tires, anyway. See how they're clipping in the ground? Fairly even. Okay. Just want to even this out. Laguna Seca. I won't even get into road courses, to be honest. I won't even get into road courses. Not touching that. Alright, so we probably need a little bit more pitch. 225. So you can see the pitch is basically, it's changing, the pitch is basically from front to back on the camper. So you can see how that kind of rolled back a little bit. And that's what I'm trying to adjust to make that even. Alright, so we got... It's going to be pretty close to that. Somewhere around there. Yeah, it's pretty close on this end. But how's the other end look? That's probably going to be way off. Yeah, this one's like way in the ground. So, it may necessarily require that I modify these further so that I can move these up on this end as compared to the other end of this model. Which is kind of what I figured. because of the way this terrain is. And that's not a flaw of the track. It's just being able to make a custom, you know, a custom model, I guess, for these camper groups is all. Just like we did for the camper cog is all. So what we'll have to do is further model this camper curve to bring in, which I didn't do up till now. Bring in the infield object model and be able to conform that to it. So that's probably what we'll have to do. That's really all that entails. And that's no different, like I said, than we did with the camper cog group to make it conform with that infield object. So that's pretty good right there. Now it's just a matter of getting that. Because what's nice at this point is I'll be able to take these coordinates from what we got it placed here and actually apply it the same way into 3ds Max and conform that model to the infield object all in 3ds Max. And I'll get into showing that here in a bit. So we'll go ahead and keep that the way it is. Okay. Now I'll bring in the camper, slide over the camper curve 2. Put that over here. Get this position. Before we save the PTF again, this one we'll probably have to bring down if we put it over here. Alright, so let's see what we got here. So we want to add some yaw to this thing. Let's go this way. And again, this is your X, this is your Y. So I want to bring it, I want to move it on the X at least. Somewhat. So I'll have to increase the X. 115. Let's try 120. Somewhere about there. Let's see what we got. Let's see. Change the rotation on this a little bit more. Something like that. Now, even from this perspective, this is your X, this is your Y, so I want to move it on the X still. Something like that, maybe not quite as much. So let's do 123. Now we'll move it on the Y to move it this way a little bit. Yep, so we can do, let's set this to 9. Let's do 8.5. Something like that. Let's see, let's try 8 point. Probably leave it right at 8, so there still is some space in here, that's fine. Just trying to get it to not clip into the fence here, which it doesn't. Cool. Now, let's adjust the height. Let's bring that height down a little bit. So we're looking at how these wheels, the tires, basically clip into the infield object. Okay, so will it be 6? Okay, so you can see that's clipping here, but not here so much. We might have to add some pitch. So let's do 5. Whoop, we have to do a negative pitch, like so. A little more. Whoops, too much. 6. Let's do 6.5. Yeah, that's probably pretty good right there. It's pretty even. And let's check the other end here. Okay. So this one, I might have to change the roll. I might just leave it like that, and we'll probably just adjust. Yeah. Let's see here. Turn it off. I might just leave it like that, and I'll just have to adjust those camper models, I guess, on that end. This one's pretty even on this side, but it can sink in, I guess, on this end. So the terrain is it's higher, I guess, on this end of the camper model. So these two models will have to further modify, I guess, to get that to conform to the terrain here, which is kind of what we expected. Not the big deal. So with that done, we can go ahead and save this PTF. Alright, so let's do geometry, file, save as, and I'm going to expand on this one here. I'm going to just call this one, yeah. Oops, my bad. Camper 2. Let's do that. Saving that as a new PTF. Alright. Confirm that that's saved. Right there. So we're good on that. Go ahead and... See, and I've been keeping the track open as a reference to use that to see exactly how much it does need to be adjusted on the model. So I'm going to need to go back into max 14, so I'm going to close this out. This will probably be the last thing I'll be able to do, because I'm fastly approaching that 4-hour mark. I try not to go that long on the streams, because I start to get to the point where I get hungry going this long. So what I need to do at this point, close that out. I need to reopen max 14. So let's go ahead and do that. Reopen that scene. And what I'm going to have to do is I'm going to have to get, as a reference at least anyway, the model of the infield. And I don't remember which scene. I know I have it somewhere. I do have the infield object that's applied to the actual track. And I want to say that's going back to the starter stand. So I might be able to merge that in here, so I'll have to look at that here. But if anything, what I can do is just run that infield object through 3D Sim Ed. And that's, I'm only going to be using that model as a reference. I'm not going to use that, you know, going... I want to make that abundantly clear. So what I'll do first is open that scene file that I have on the desktop for camper groups. Yep. I don't know why I keep getting that deal, but whatever. Alright, so this is our two separate models. Okay, so this is our starter scene, I guess, all for all that. And what I need to do is... God, I wish I can remember. Let me see if I can find the scene that I have that infield object to. I want to say that goes back to... Alright, so let me navigate to that, see if I can find it. So that would be in... Dang it. Here. If I don't find it there, like I said, I can use... I can make a 3DS file. I can export a 3DS of the infield object via using the 3D Sim Ed utility. So at least I have that as a reference. So let me go here first just to see. I want to say it was in here. So if I go to 3DS, it might have it in here. Let's see. Infield. That's what I need. Took a guess. That's going back a ways. But this infield object should suffice. Okay. So there's our infield object. So now what I can do, theory, so the way this thing is oriented, this is the turn 1 and 2 end. This is the turn 3 and 4 end, which is where we're trying to apply our camper model. Right? You can see that little dip that's in the garage area. That's what I was kind of pointing out, I guess, earlier, as far as where it's got that drop off. This is on the back stretch. This is the front stretch. This is where the pits are. Pit exit's like right here. So what I can do is I can line this model up to where we have it actually in Sandbox and make the appropriate adjustments. And then once I get it, the heights of all these these individual camper models placed, I can recenter that, so that it's still in compliance or conformity, I guess, of what we've already got in the track, right? So, and it'll make sense here once I go through the motions here. Okay, so what we need to do on camper 1, select that. So this is the camper 1. And right now that's in here as a... I'm going to convert this to an editable poly. And then what I can do is go into the properties of camper 1 here. I've already saved it. Okay. Go into here, select camper 1, and get the properties of that. Get the X, Y, and Z of that. I don't know if I can necessarily apply the pitch and all that stuff. Yeah, because these are in degrees. I should be able to in theory. These are in degrees, so I should be able to. So I can copy this. That's the X. Go in here, and I'll apply that to the X on this. And what that's basically going to do is going to put it exactly where I have it oriented in Sandbox onto this model, because this model that we have in here is in that orientation as far as being at 0. So this is all 0. That's exactly where we have the infield object in our Sandbox. It's set to 0. So when I use these coordinates for these camper models, it's going to put it exactly where I've got it placed in here. And that's what I want to be able to use to set that model conformity, I guess, to the infield object. Alright, so we need to copy the Y. And that's pretty easy, actually. It's just 5.00, but I'll copy it. Copy pasta. Whoops, I'm going to go back into camper 1. Paste. And then the Z. Properties, copy the Z. Still on camper 1. And apply the Z. So that should be where that model is placed. Now, with exception to, like I said, the pitch and the roll, why does it seem like it's too low? Is that set to 0? Let's check the infield object. Maybe it's not. Thought it was. Yeah, infield is set to 0. No pitch or roll. How come that's so low? A second here. So the only thing I got left is the so 5 on the Z. I'm just checking things. Interesting. So how come it doesn't? Is the rotation and all that stuff making that big of a difference? What in the world? Yeah, what I was expecting to see is this being in the same position as I got it in Sandbox. And it's not. Okay. So I wonder if it's because I didn't center. That might be what it is. Yep. Yeah, I think that's what it is. So because I've got it centered, let me see. No, it shouldn't be. That should be where the pivot is. All right, what's going on here? All right, what the heck? Okay, let's. I'm kind of fumbling on myself here a little bit because I'm trying to figure out why that's still below the infield object. It should be above it. With that Z applied, so I'm missing something here. So this is set to 5. That's at 0. What am I missing? Why is it so far below? Wait a minute. What did I do here? What the heck? Okay, hold on. Yeah, maybe I copied the wrong. When I copy pasted, I did something wrong because it's now this is below. Alright, hold on. So what I'll do is I'll do a new. No. I'm going to reopen that PTF. Something happened. I copy pasted something's wrong somewhere. Alright, so this is at, where are we at here? Okay, so this should be, yeah, this is what I wanted to see. So yeah, it was slightly buried there, but it was even here, right? Alright, so let me check the Z on this. Okay, so I did do something wrong there, so I need to copy this. Okay. Paste that onto here. Paste. There we go. Now we're getting there. Now it's just a matter of the pitch and the roll and all that good stuff. That I need to figure out how that would work. So I got pitch and roll should still be. I'm just trying to figure which one is which. So the pitch should be the Y in this case. Pitch is Y. Okay. Alright. Just kind of worrying myself here. So on the Y, which would be the pitch, we got a minus 2.50. I'll copy this to Y. Alright. And then on the nine degrees on the yaw, which would be the Z. So let's copy that. So it would basically be X, Y, Z on your rotation in here. So even though it's roll, pitch, and yaw, this would be the X, Y, and Z basically. Okay, now I need to apply. Still think this is going to be off a little bit. Let's see here. Whoops. It's not what I wanted. So we don't have any roll. What the heck? It still looks like it's off. So I got 9 minus 2.5. It's still off. I don't understand that. On the one end, it should be even. So even the one side. So it's still not oriented properly. Trying to figure out why. I'm missing something. Alright, where's our infield object actually at? I'm just gonna exaggerate this a little bit just to kind of see. So I'm gonna move this up. And you get an idea of where this thing is at. That's probably too much. Alright, so if that's... yeah, let me not move it up quite as far. Trying to figure out what I'm missing here. I'm missing something. This might be something I might have to save for another stream because... yeah, I didn't expect it to be... it's kind of doing one of these numbers, kind of like either the infield is set up high or the camper group is. Yeah, it's kind of looking more like this, which it's not. So that's what I'm trying to decipher at this point. Whoa! Torch coming in with the... that came out of nowhere. 7 months, I guess that's definitely a resubscribe. Appreciate that, George. And you got James emote, I guess, for that too. That's something. That's another Twitch thing, I guess, as far as. Appreciate that resubscribe there, Torch. Much appreciated. Man, this is bugging me. What am I missing here, James? I don't get this. Why it's so the way this is presenting itself in here, it's almost like I want to say it would be the pivot or the transflate or whatever on the camper, but this should be directly the same because when I exported it out as a 3DS here, it would be in this same orientation, right? That's what I'm trying to figure out. I'm really stumped on this one here because that should be... so right now I've got the infield object set at 2, just to kind of exaggerate that a little bit to see where I'm at. And that's kind of where, what I'm seeing in max here is something like this orientation. Maybe not quite that high, but shit. Okay, so let's do this. Set the infield to like 1. So probably more like that. So it's almost like the infield set to 1. I guess if anything, what I'm trying to do is mimic what I see in max at this point, so I can set it up so I know which campers need to be adjusted. But I'd be completely guessing at this point. So we got half the window is covered on this one. Don't really know why it's doing that though. Alright, okay, so if I put I'm just trying to figure out why that's off like that. It shouldn't be. That should be a 1-to-1 representation, actually. Okay, so let's try this. So if we go... I'm more or less just trying to line it up to what I see on this camper. This is still set to 0. So I'm trying to figure out what I need to set this infield object in here at, so that it's at 0. Even though it does say it's at 0, it's clearly not. Because it's bearing, if I put the coordinates of the camper the same as what it is in Sandbox, which I should be able to do, it's not presenting the same way. So that's what okay, so that looks probably about right to me. So that means, no, actually it isn't. This, the bottom of this window is actually showing more. So let me go. This is really kind of annoying. I shouldn't have to do this, but so 1.1, 1.2. 250. So if you haven't figured out what I'm trying to do is what I've got in here with everything set the same. So I got the camper group set the same as it is in Sandbox. What I'm trying to do is set this infield object, that's just a reference, to what I see in here. So if I get the value in Sandbox, I'll be able to apply it to this model in Sandbox, or Max I should say. That's what I'm trying to do. So I'm trying to visually eyeball how this thing is oriented here. Because I can see, let me see, how close this camper is to the edge. Okay. So if I go into here, that should be correct. Yes. Or no. Let's see here. I don't even think that's lined up right, actually. Why is this not lining up? I don't understand this. So the edge of the infield object isn't even lining up. Man, this thing is all kinds of not lined up. I don't understand that. No, James got it again. That's twice. Wow. That's different emotes, but yeah. That's twice. Yeah, I don't understand this, so I might have to ponder this one here. Typically what you should be able to do, without stepping all over myself here, trying to figure this out, what you should typically be able to do is apply the same values, as long as all your pivot and all that stuff is the same on your objects that you're which they are at this point, but why it's showing it this way, I don't know. I don't quite understand that. So unless that goes back to let me see something. Yeah, that might necessarily go back to what I said earlier about the, let me see here. So if I open this up, that might go back to what I was referring to, how this is not centered on the object. That's probably what that's involving. So I might have to I might actually have to do that. So prior to export there, I'm going to have to make sure that this is centered, because I think that's what I'm dealing with here right now. This is why it's not lining up as it should. Okay. Now, see, when I exported it out, though, I had it in this orientation, though, as far as the pass. So that's what I'm trying to figure out why. Yeah, that really confuses me. I don't know why that's... Because what I keep coming back to is why, when I exported this out, why did it move the... here? Yeah, that's what's really confusing me at this point. So I'm gonna have to export out these camper groups here to get that, yes, so I don't have, so I can have a one-to-one representation of the infield, I guess, to this, because I'm putting that exactly where I've got it here. But obviously, with that translate being out here instead of it centered, that's what's throwing it off. Okay. So I got to fix that first, because I'm never going to be able to get this lined up the same way I do in Sandbox with it like this. So let me reset this whole thing and reopen that. Okay, so let's do that. I'm going to reopen this scene. Go to desktop. Okay. Camper crew. Alright, so that's centered there. See, that's the way, that's what I don't understand. Why, when I export it out as pass, it's like it removed that pivot. It shouldn't have. Because all I did was basically... I'm gonna have to just re-export them. That's all I can do. I don't really know what happened there. I do know for sure that I need to have it centered like this. Okay. And re-export these out as 3DS. Okay. So I don't have anything else in the scene. Just want to make sure. Cool. So, respit this out as a 3DS. I guess what's boggling my mind is I don't know why the translate changed to be off-center. I don't remember if I did save to 3DS with it centered or not. So I'm just going to ensure that I did. Oops. In fact, I need to delete this first, otherwise that's going to include that in there. So that's centered. Export. Desktop. I'm going to save over this 3DS. Come on. So camper 1. Yes. Okay. Control Z. Delete this one out. That's centered. What I want. Alright. Export that out. Camper 2. Alright, so now we got those two new 3DSs. Somewhere along the line, I guess that center translate, as far as that being centered like that, it got screwed up. So these should be my two new ones. Oh crap. Where the heck did I save those? Alright, hold on. I think I goofed again. Hold on, I gotta make sure it saved that. Yep, so. Yep, that did save. Okay, just making sure. And that's something with this 3DS format that I've noticed too. It's like it doesn't. I can hover over this. It's showing the previous, the original time. Now it's showing the right time. Okay. Just want to make sure it actually saved it before I get out of this. Okay, so that's our new 3DS files. Good. So now I'm gonna reset that. Get out of this. Yeah, I'm still just mind-boggled over how that even changed in the first place. That shouldn't have happened. But we're going to ensure at this point that we've got it right. Yeah, I shouldn't have been able to have to do that, but I'm going to see what happens when I reload these 3DSs here. We'll get down to the bottom of this. Just centering that translate should have been fine. Let's see here. So if I go import, yeah. So now we're in Max 5. I need to. I'm just fumbling all over myself right here at this point. So camper curve 1. Completely at this point. Okay, so that's centered. You can see that's where that's at. That's where I want it. Okay. Whoops. God dang it. That's where I want it. So that should be fine. Alright. So far we're good. I don't remember, I guess at this point I would actually have to go back in time. I guess I don't remember if that pivot, that translate was right in the center there. It might not have been. So that's the only thing I can think of at this point. So going into material editor, supplier textures. Yeah, we're going to ensure it at this point. If anything to take away from this is always make sure your translates, I guess, are where they need to be. Alright, so let's go here. We'll apply our night texture. Alright, so first of all, we want to do our day texture, of course. So there's our day texture. Alright, so now we got that. And then we want to export that out as a pass file. Alright, so change this to pass. And I'm just going to overwrite the ones I had. So camper 1 day. Yep. Now we want to apply the night. Night texture. Okay, export that out as a pass. Camper 1 and yes, please. Alright, and then again, like I said, I'm going to delete that. And then I want to import the camper 2. I want to merge it this time. So again, we can see that translate is centered. Okay, confirm that. Should be good. Now I just want to apply the day texture. And export that as a pass. So camper 2D. Yep. And then our night texture. Okay. And export that pass file. Camper 2N. Cool. So now all we have to do is reapply all these pass files to our Make3DO directory, which I still have up here, so we'll just replace those. We have not changed anything else. So now we've confirmed or whatever that the translate that center, it's all centered as it should be, so we shouldn't have anything to worry about there. So I might have to reapply these. Yeah, so I'll probably have to delete these and reapply them. So I'm going to go ahead and just get out of this and do a no. In fact, when I reopen this with the new ones, they're probably going to be off. Not going to be in that same position, which is what I expect. Okay, but we'll be able to move those around so that we can line those up properly, I guess, so we can put that into our max. You know, those, yeah. I know what I need to do in my head, it's just I'll have to actually perform it. Okay, so we got all this stuff in our Make 3DO utility. I'm going to use the F8, so we're going to use the camper one. Let's do the camper one first. Okay, there's that one. Cut that out. Paste that to here. It's overwriting the ones that I originally had. Okay. So obviously those previous ones, the initial ones that I had there, are not correct. Make 3DO, F8. Now we do camper 2. Camper crew 2. Alright, so we're working through this. So there's our next new one here, so cut that out. Paste over that one. Now, I want to copy these both back into our track edit folder. Yep, so that's new and that's new. Now, when I reload this track, I expect that orientation of those two models to not be the same as prior to when I saved the PTF, because it should have been off center. Now, if they're not, then something else is going on. Now, let me open this out of curiosity. Let me open up these two camper. This will kind of confirm my theory, I guess, on this. So it's still putting that over here. I don't know why it's doing that. That might have something to do with the X form. And I know I said that you wouldn't necessarily have to do that. But because this is off like that, that already tells me right off the bat that's not going to have it where I expect it. So I think I'm going to probably have to mess with the X form. Yeah. So the fact that the pivot's not here where I expected it to be, and it's off here, that means it's something up with the X form. And that's because I split that up, probably. So I already know I have to redo these. This is not going to work like I want it to. So let's go back and do it, redo it. You know, and I know I've said before too, as far as you never want to go by 3D SimEd, as far as the appearance or how your object is oriented and all that stuff. That one there is a true indication. If your pivot, your translate little gizmo there, if it's not centered where it is, like you've clearly you have done it, I guess, like I've shown, I guess, with in Max there, then there's something wrong, and it probably does 100% relate to the X form at this point. So what I'm going to have to do, we're going to go through the motions here. So it's going to clear this out. We're done with this. We're going to go back in there and we're going to change the X form. I can probably do it at max 5, but because I have the scene for 14, that's why I want to use that. Like I said before, I like to do all my modeling work directly in max 14. I only do my past exports through 5, so, and that's just a quirk of my own, I suppose. I just don't like having, you know, changes made in scenes, you know, different scenes, I guess, from the different versions of Max. So I'm going to load up that scene, and I'm going to check the X form of those models prior to spitting them out, exporting them out as a 3DS. So let's open this up. Okay. So camper 1, we've got it centered. Now what I want to do is look at the X form. And I'm trying to remember what fudge that is again. Now I just have to remind myself where it is again. So it's usually as a button on one of these, and I forget which mode it is. Is it in compound? I do this to myself every time. I can never remember where that is. And I know we have a clip of this too, as far as where that is, and I forget. In fact, this is probably good review time, because I'm forgetting where it's at to reset that X form. I think... yeah, I can't remember. So what I'm going to do, I'm going to use our handy dandy YouTube channel to kind of help me here. This is kind of what I do myself. Oh, it is in the... so that's under the collapse menu. But I wanted to kind of show, I guess, as far as some of these videos that we have available. So you can select it through our videos here. But we also have playlists as far as how-tos. And I want to kind of show this here. It should be the very first one. That's one of the last ones that we did here, in fact. So this kind of goes to the whole motion as far as where that actually is located. Very first video in our how-tos on the Spline Design Studios YouTube. So this is probably a good summary and refresher course of what tools we got available. So sometimes we even ourselves have to, you know, kind of reflect back on this, you know, it's fun to review. So very first video, you want to collapse to all, hold yes, and then that's fine. Now you're good to go. So I'm going to do this to all of these, because they're all out of wonk. Okay, so we'll do this, select that, go into here, collapse to all. So just like that, just got that answer. So I know, James, you didn't necessarily mention in the chat there, but there's your video proof. This is why we do these how-to videos, because like I said, even sometimes we ourselves have to point back to these on an occasion, because we do forget. So in order to reset this X form, we need to go into the hammer, and it has this feature here for reset X form. And I'm just trying to remember what am I missing here. So if I go, yep. So reset selected. So you click on it, that highlights it, and then in reset X form. Now it should be in theory. Now you saw it shift, but what I'm not seeing as far as, so I'm not 100% sure. So it shows the original X form there. So I still got to collapse it. So that's only the rotate. So I don't know if that's 100% going to fix it. So you can see the orange box. That should be the original. Holy smokes. Okay, so this is the way it's showing right now. With that way off there. So how is that? Okay, that's interesting. So let me collapse this. Alright. I'm still not 100% sure that that's going to fix that problem, though. Let me back this up a little bit. So the X form is that. Then that goes there. This is basically the way it's showing in... when I open it up in 3D Sim, it's putting that point there. So I'm assuming by collapsing this, it's going to keep it right where I expect it to be. Right? Because this is the original model, so based on the X form, I got that modifier in there. This is basically how we're seeing it in 3D SimEd, where it's off-center. So I'm assuming this is what we're going to find out. If I collapse this down, it's going to keep it right there. It's not going to shift it over that way. So let's apply it to this one too. Go into the hammer, reset X form, reset selected. Alright. So if we go here, yeah, see that one's not quite as much, but we haven't dealt with Camper Curve 2 yet, so go into the X form and we're going to collapse all. Okay, so now that should be completely collapsed. Alright. This one for some reason is in a mesh. I'm going to go ahead and convert this to an editable poly. This one's already still a poly. Alright, that's the only other difference I see. Alright, so I'm going to save this as a new scene. Not a new scene, but just save the scene. So save that. And now what I'll do, save some new 3DS files. So I'm on Camper Curve 1. I'm going to delete this one and save this one. So let's do export. So yeah, that did probably involve having to adjust the X form. And it might have a lot to do with the fact that I split it where it did and where the original translate was in the middle of those two. It's probably what that has to deal with. So this is going back into having, when you're witnessing that issue like we are right now, just like we've had before. That's why we've got those those types of information saved as far as to revert back to those things. So need to export this out as a 3ds. Save right over what we had. Camper curve 1 in this case. Yes. Cool. Now we do a Control Z. Bring the other one back. Delete this one, and now we need a camper curve 2. That is centered. You can see that. That's where it should stay when we export those back out as a 3DO. Alright, so export 3DS 2. Alright, so now we got our 2 new 3DS files. Resave that that max scene. Cool. So now we want to get out of this. Alright. Don't want to save it that way. I already saved the scene, I guess, with them 2 in there with the X form redone and all that stuff, so that's good. Now, go back into Max 5. Reload those new 3DS files to create our new pass files. I'm kind of pretty confident in the fact that it does it. Yeah, this is just relating, I guess, to needing to reset that X form. And we've had to do that before, hence the reason why we've found it necessary to clip and save that information. So camper 1, and this first initial scene we want to completely merge, or completely replace, yes. So we'll go into material editor, diffuse, and select those textures, day, night. Okay, I am so glad that I cleaned up my desktop a little bit though, because yeah, it does make it a little bit easier. Alright, so that's named properly, that's all good, centered, we can confirm that. So hopefully when we open this in 3D SimEd, it'll show that way as far as it's staying right there, because that X form's been reset. In theory, that's what it should do. So we want to apply the day texture first. Okay, and export that out. Desktop, pass file. We're going to overwrite the ones we already had. So camper curve day, camper curve 1 day. Now we change the texture. It's all repetitive stuff here at this point, but it is necessary. Camper curve 1N. Alright, now I just want to delete this. Import in. Maintaining everything else that we've got as far as materials. I want to merge it this time. Okay. So again, we can confirm that's centered as far as the translate. Pivot, whatever you want to call it. Apply our day texture. Okay. Spit that out as a camper 2D pass. Okay, change the texture to night. Export that out. Camper 2N. Bam. Alright, so now we take all those pass files, put it back in our Make 3DO directory, spit out some new 3DOs. Paste those in there, replace them all, and run that back through Make 3DO. F8, and we'll do the camper 1 first. Just staying consistent, I guess, with 1 first, 2 second. So there's that one. Now let's see what this does. If we open this up, it's still doing that. What the heck? Alright, now I'm confused. Why is it not keeping this? Something's still not right. It should be keeping this translate here centered on that. But something's still not jiving. I might have to investigate this further, I guess, to find out what's going on with that, because in my mind, as far as by resetting that X form, it should keep this pivot, you see right here, centered on that. Because that's more than twice now that we've actually seen it when we've exported it out from Max, that it's clearly right there. And the fact that it's not keeping it there, I'm not sure why. So I'm going to probably have to investigate that a little bit further. And rather than beat this to death and going chasing her tail, I want to get down to it and actually share that information better. Because we're already well over 4 hours. And I'm starting to get hungry. A little bit irritated. A little bit annoyed. Because I don't really understand what's going on with that. Because that shouldn't be happening. So, yeah. I think I'm going to work on that. Just a little bit off stream to see what's going on with that, and then I'll relay that information back to everyone else. Probably that'll be something I'll share for next stream, because right now I have no idea. I clearly dumbfounded, I guess, right now as far as why that's happening. That should not be doing that. The X form thing should have been a clear fix in my mind at this point. So, yep, that's kind of where I'm at there. You kind of spelled it out there. Exactly right there, James. So, yeah, I think that's what I'll leave it. I'll leave it at that for now. I'm probably gonna work on this a little bit after the stream, and I'll share that information, I guess, the next time, so I can kind of. Because right now I feel I do really feel like that's where I'm at right now, is just chasing my tail, because that's more than twice that I've confirmed that the translate or the pivot for the model prior to export into a model, into a 3DO, is centered, with the fact that it's showing up this way, and it's obviously creating issues being able to line it up to our 3D model of the infield. That's obviously an issue, because it should be a one-to-one representation, taking the XYZ from Sandbox, applying that to 3ds Max, all in there. I should be able to line those all up the same, and everything should be hunky-dory, and it's not doing that. And it's probably more because of this. So we need to figure that out. So yeah. Not gonna beat a dead horse, I guess, on that. It's obviously an issue. Need to figure out why it's doing that. It may be just the way that I separated that camper group out. As far as that whole method that I use, I guess, is separated out. It may behoove me, I guess, to go ahead and make an entirely new camper curve based on the donor models. I could probably look into that. But in theory, it still kind of boggles my mind as far as why that's happening, because it shouldn't be doing that. But that's initially what I think of as probably what I'll end up doing, is taking that original scene for the camper curve, next to using this one that I've created, I guess, for the Northworks World build. I'll use those donor models to make a new camper curve model based on what I want as far as the half and half pieces, and maybe go from that way. And so just make an entirely new camper curve altogether based on those donor models. So use a spline that way? How do you mean use a spline? You have to elaborate that on a little bit. Yeah, because I'm just thinking, I'm just cleaning some stuff up here as I go now. So that's initially what I think of as there's a cure or a remedy, I guess, for this problem that we're having, is just to not split the original scene model that I had for the camper curve and just use the donor models to make a new model. That's what I think of. But I, can get an idea of, and probably what I would do even further, because I know that infield object is set to 0, right? I can't do it in here, but the infield object that we've got applied to Sandbox is set to 0. I can open up that model, keep it set where it is, use those donor models for the camper model and actually make my own camper curve. So that's probably another approach I would take. I'm not going to do that right now, but that's, more than one way, I guess, to approach it. I guess as far as to create a custom conformed camper curve, I guess, for our track build. But that's at least a couple that I can think of that I can go by. Set each camper pivot to the nose. Yeah, that's a little bit more. Yeah, that's a little bit more involved. I get what you're saying there, James, but yeah, we don't need to make it that complicated, because initially what I think of is, like I said, as far as to take either the donor models that I have there and just conform it, because I've already got that scene saved. I can make a new model based on the donor models, the each independent donor models, line it up there, and I can ensure that each pivot is going to be the same that way, without just chunking out, I guess, the original model that I took from the camper curve. Either that or in a combination of just loading in that infield object that we know is set properly in Max as well as in Sandbox, line the camper curve to where we want those to land, and then we can zero that back out so that when we apply it back into Sandbox, it's going to be exactly where we expect it to be. So that's at least two ways I can think of, and not necessarily have to use a spline. Not saying you can't use a spline to ensure that, but I guess that is one way too. I'll probably take the approach like I just explained there, rather than using a spline. But yeah, and I think that's really where I'm at right now. It's like I'm freaking just hangry. But I'd like to at least come up with some type of resolution, I guess, to what it is, because there's, if anything, the takeaway should be don't get 100% frustrated with it. There's always some type of way of being able to fix the problem that you may necessarily run into, and don't get completely frustrated with the fact that it's not possible, or it's just, it is an annoyance to me, don't get me wrong. It is truly an annoyance. It gets very aggravating, very annoying, and so on, but not to let that discourage you, I guess, as far as trying to figure out a way to resolve it, because there is obviously more than one resolution here. James has described one, I've described at least two, so there is a way of being able to fix this issue that we're having. But it's, at this point, it's more or less once bitten, twice shy, because I've already confirmed, like I said, twice now, that the translate for each object that I'm putting out there is truly centered, and it's not doing it that way once I spit it out as a 3D. It's this kind of way. You'd be correct, Torch. Yeah, that is a great way too. So I'm just kind of closing some things up here and just kind of cleaning some things up as I talk. But I think that is where I'm going to leave it. I think we got a lot done, actually. We did actually, we were able to add, I'm probably just going to throw away, that's probably another thing that I'm considering here. These, and now that I've got these marked this way, I can totally just eliminate those. I won't even use these two PTFs. Those are going to be throwaways. I'll probably just go with the last one I did here, because these two here aren't going to help me at this point. So I'll probably purge these out and just go with this one here. But I kind of want to at least open this one up here. We did get a lot done. I don't want to, even though we were having problems with this camper group, this was our first one that we did as far as to add the camper curve, which we found we didn't want to use. I'll be able to purge that out and just build on it from there. But we did get a lot of stuff applied to the track, I guess, to add a little bit more livery to it. Our TV people, I guess, in the perch over there and over our new stands, we did get the start of some camper groups. We put some safety vehicles in. I'm just kind of summarizing here. So we put some safety vehicles in. So we did get some stuff done. It wasn't all for naught. Not all for now. We do have a game plan or a course of action, I guess, to apply this new camper group. It's just a little bit more work than we expected needed to be done is all. So I want to leave this up on a positive note anyway, because it's not totally a lost cause. And this is, if anything, one good reason as to why you want to save separate PTFs so you have something to fall back on. So those, like I said, those two PTFs that I was trying to apply that camper curve, our new models and all that stuff, I don't need those anymore. Those are useless to me. So I can throw those out and start off fresh with that first initial one to bring the camper curve in there and just build off of that from this point. So that's one of the more positive things I wanted to close out on, I guess, as far as why it is very important, I guess, to save it as a separate PTF, because otherwise you're going to run into a lot more headaches, I guess, as far as trying to salvage, I guess, a lot of work, I guess, that you've applied to only one particular PTF. So and at your age you can fall back and get hurt. Yeah, we don't want to do that. Yeah, definitely don't want to do that. So yeah, that's all good. So I'm just closing some things up. I know what angle of attack I can apply here, and I hope that gives you some insight, I guess, as far as moving forward, I guess, with any type of issues similar to this that you would run into, I guess, as far as that goes. So yeah, feel free to get your last shots and slots in here. I'm going to kind of close these things out here. Feel free, I guess, to stick around for the host at the end of the stream. I'll probably just host somebody. I'll host a channel, I guess, at the end of the stream here. I appreciate everybody that did stop by, especially the company of Racer James and Torch. Both of y'all, I guess, coming in with those new resubs for the channel. Appreciate all that support very much. We had a couple of people, I guess, in here before. Try to make this a relatively low-key, I guess, type of deal here, but with still plenty to do with the track, similar to what we're doing here now, as far as to add those finer details to everything. Go ahead and close this out here like this. I'm just making sure I've got someone to host, I guess, by the end of the stream here. So hopefully, for those that are still lurking in the chat, I'm gonna make sure I get this out here. Feel free, I guess, to hit that follow button on the channel to get the notifications from the stream goes live. I know the bot was kind enough to already let you know the social links that we have there, I guess, as far as the Discord, the tweeters, and the Spline Design Studios Facebook group page to get all the information as far as what's going on off the stream, offline. We do tend to try to post there regularly, I guess, as far as things that are going on in between. I'll probably be posting something, I guess, as far as the progress that I've made on this this camper group, so be sure to be in that group, I guess, to get all that information if you so care to want that. So thanks again for everybody for showing up, the resubs, the commentary, all that good stuff. The camaraderie is more or less what I meant. I'm gonna go get some food. Appreciate you all coming by here, and I hope to see you again next time. Bye for now.